Well, a very good evening, boys and girls. Hope everyone is good. I am doing fine, thank you very much, Liam. I am ready, excited to get us going in, well, the fun lands of Tahiti, where hopefully now we've saved and whatnot, the save, we're going to have goal scoring strikers. That's the plan. Swindon might be getting kicked out of a cup for having illegal players. I've not seen this, but let me have a quick look. Let me have a quick old gander on the old advert, which apparently doesn't work anymore. Let's have a look. Swindon, we've knocked out Luton in the Virtue. I'm just having a look to see what it's saying. Oh, interesting. A couple of years ago when you were 1-0 up, about 2 minutes left and we ended up winning, I didn't come up for that one, Paul. Welcome to the stream. The last time I was at Hartlepool was 2003, 4. God, there's some nonsense on the advertiser website, but not the thing I'm looking for. Apparently, Dennis Wise has given an interview about how a Real Madrid coach helped him at Swindon. It's a damning indictment of the Real Madrid coach. It's got to be said. YouTube subs. I've sort of been paying attention to them. Where are we at now on our YouTube subs? 617 apparently. That's quite nice. We were on 400 and something back in June, I think. Top of my head. Let me analytics. Let me see what the analytics be saying. I would like to get to 1,000 by FM27. It's sort of my dream. That's sort of the hope. Is that the Virtue, Liam? Is that what we're out of? So in the last 90 days we've gone up 188 subscribers, and in the last year we've gone up 295 subscribers. That's crazy. I would have been Parkin and Igo, I would think. I'm assuming it's the Virtue that's the problem, not the FA Cup. Oh, that's fine. If it's the Virtue, then who cares? At the end of the day, it's a bunch of meaningless games before a trip to Wembley that we'd lose. So I'm not gonna stress too much about that one. Let me yeah, I remember that season. That was a great season because both teams went out and put in exactly 0 effort because we needed a draw to get promoted, or to get into the playoffs. Both teams needed a draw, so neither team even tried to score a goal. Yeah, a little bit like the playoffs. We just don't do well at Wembley. I'm trying to think what was the Hartlepool Swindon game I would have been at. Maths in my head. When did I start uni? 2004. I think it was the one where you beat us 3-0 in the league is what I'm looking at. Where our team had Sammy Igo and Sam Parker in it and a whole bunch of very forgettable names. I forgot Steve Jenkins existed. David Duke played, which was never a good sign. So did Stefani Miglioranzi, the world's lowest budget Brazilian. Rory Fallon came off the bench, and Rory Fallon is mostly famous for having scored the single greatest goal of all time. Just throwing it out there. If you want to look at the, in fact, do you know what? I'll treat you whilst I've got a window open on. I'm sure I've shown this on the channel before, but There we go. This is. I'll stick it as a link in chat. This is the single greatest goal ever scored by a human being, by Rory Fallon. Impressive, not just because it's an overhead kick perfectly executed from a technical standpoint, but also because he did it from outside the box against Bristol City, who we bloody hate. And yes, our form at Wembley hasn't been the best in recent years. The new Wembley, the old Wembley, undefeated. New Wembley, can't win. Don't know why. It's just how we roll. Just a sort of how we roll, to be honest. But yeah, the plan for today is that, right, great, I was there for that goal, and I think it was one of those goals where you see it, you sort of instinctively celebrate it, but you don't quite understand what you've just watched. Like, you know goal went in correct net, but your brain just goes, what the hell did I just witness? And that's why Rory Fallon will always be a Swindon Town legend. Offers made for a player we probably haven't had a chance to use yet. I wish they'd stop doing this. It's become a real problem. A real problem. Also, for those following the Supermarine series over on the YouTube channel, if you're not, you should get into that. It's a good time. I'm going to apologise now for tomorrow's episode. I recorded the... was it Hartlepool? It might have been Hartlepool we were supposed to play. No, it was Northampton. The Northampton game that we were supposed to play in the FA Trophy. And then the recording corrupted, so we've skipped ahead to the next... what would have been the next episode. So, you know, to be fair, it's probably saved you quite a lot of time, because there were 14 goals in that episode, and it just felt like it took forever when I was recording it. Like, it was a good time, but it felt like it took forever, and I didn't have a save that was sort of backed up to before the game, so we've just had to make do and mend, really. But I promise you, this episode and the next episode are well worth your time. There is a lot of fun to be had in them. I will say that out loud. Do I have a left winger anywhere? I've got lots of them. Do I have one who's fit? Churchill. Excellent work with the YouTube. I usually don't bother, because it posts links so often, the old random stream elements thing, that I always kind of forget that I've got these things on commands. Like, I genuinely feel like it just spams them sometimes. Like, I'm amazed we've got this far into a stream, and that's the first time or the second time I've seen stream elements. But yes, there are commands, there are some fun commands, feel free to have a play with them. I'll probably add more at some stage. I can amend the timings. It's just a case, like, I just feel like I'd have to do so much math to work out, because there's like 6 of them that pop in at random. I've tried to have them staggered so they don't all just dump at once. But what's ended up happening is you just kind of get one every other minute. I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but there is a lot of commands. To be fair, a lot of them don't auto-populate. Some of them do have to be triggered. I do technically have a request a song activated, but it's turned off whilst I'm streaming FM anyway, so... But I believe it's not turned off when I'm playing Zomboid, I think. Not 100% sure, but I don't think it's turned off when I'm playing Zomboid. Still very much figuring out the stream elements thing. Also, because I discovered a literally brand new streamer the other day who is excellent and deserves some love and support, do go check out this beautiful fella, Texas Chainsaw Manager. He did his first stream on Sunday night, and he was streaming FM. He was playing, or probably is still playing, Baldur's Gate 3 earlier today, but he's very good. He's learning things. It'd be nice if people could just sort of add him to their follow list, stop by, show him some love, send him some support, help him get comfortable around here, because he's, like I said, he's completely new to streaming. But, you know, we like to show the love and the support, share it around, make everyone feel like they're in the community, that kind of stuff. So if you find yourself on Twitch looking for someone to watch, do have him in your list so you can catch up with what he's doing. He was managing Arsenal the other day, which was quite fun. He was sort of slowly getting to grips with the game, which was quite nice. He is still up streaming Baldur's Gate. There you go, there's a good time. If you all follow him now, he'll get really confused. he wasn't entirely sure what was happening when I went in the other day. But he'll learn, he'll get there. Seems like a smart guy. He's from somewhere in Benny's neck of the woods. I don't just mean like generically America, like he's in the same time zone as Benny. Sonny Pyatt scoring, beautiful. I have encouraged him to reach out to Benny and just kind of make friends, because Benny's a good person to have on your side, understands the streaming stuff, and will help him get integrated into the community. Also, one of my favourite streamers that no one ever seems to pop in to visit, which I would love to change because she's also incredibly good, and another FM streamer, streams FM on Tuesday and Thursday lunchtime, well, afternoons, is Matty. Go check Matty out. Says they last played House Flipper 2, but they definitely didn't because they were playing FM earlier. I think they've switched over their game to House Flipper 2 for their Wednesday stream. I think that's what she's done. But we're big fans of Matty. Excellent streamer, good fun. Loves a slightly dark and or filthy joke. So you know we get on like a house on fire. That's just how that's going to go. But importantly, we are winning and maintaining our place as a promotion contending team, which is great. But beautiful, lovely stuff. I don't know why there was a thing popping up at the top of my chat, but there we go. We scored a second goal while I was doing that. I don't know who scored it, but I assume it was someone good. Probably a Liam. Was it a Liam? It was Pozo. Excellent. I know Saeed's still on the pitch, and I could. Matty streams every day, Monday to Friday, I think, from 2 o'clock until whenever she gets tired, essentially. But Matty's a good time. Do pop in and say hi. She's currently managing Union Saint-Gilloise on Tuesdays in the men's side. I know she's managing someone on the women's side on a Thursday, but I can't remember right now who it is. But always a good time. Great tunes. Good laugh. Has a very aggressive version of stream elements that we can't figure out how to fix. But yeah, just, you know, say hi, all that good stuff. You know how it goes. Matty also plays COD, is a semi-professional COD player. So if you like a bit of CODs, probably someone to watch to improve your COD game would be my advice. I mean, I say this, but then I used to be a highly ranked Rocket League player, and I've never streamed Rocket League, so maybe I should take my own advice. I was for a very long time top 100 in the world at Rocket League. I haven't played in ages. That's a great goal by Junior Singh. What a goal. What a filthy, filthy goal from Junior Singh. Have a look at the beautiful. I know our strikers don't score a lot of goals, but everyone else does like to score a stupid goal, and that is a stupid goal. I think we'll enjoy that quite a lot. Also, I need to check that merch link to see if it actually still works. I'm not really a merchy person. I just got overexcited when I first set up Stream Elements years ago and built some kind of merch store. It's nowhere near as good or as much effort has gone into that as it has gone into the YouTube one. And the YouTube one has barely had any effort put into it, to be honest, because I don't expect to ever sell any merch. So I don't think there's a giant market for FM streamer merch, to be honest. I just did it because it told me it could, just in case someone gets bored and has too much money, to be honest. Essentially, the way the stores work is you can get my logo on stuff. It's basically the score. It doesn't look like it's working. I'll have a dig on Stream Elements and sort that out. It's no great loss. It is literally just a bunch of random crap like printed to order with my logo on it, which, let's be honest, isn't anyone's highest priority to grab. And if it is, you can go on the YouTube channel. There's a link under every video for the merch store there that has some that are almost exactly the same, only slightly better quality. Let's see, where is the merch? Let's turn that off since it's not working. And let's bin off that one too, why not? I don't think I've ever sold any. I haven't looked in a long time. I'll have a look in a second. I'll see if I've ever sold any merch. So, years ago, I used to be part of the biggest Lost community, for the TV show Lost. And I used to make a bunch of questionably legal fan art shirts for that show. And I sold quite a lot of them. Like a significant portion of my income when that show was on came from me selling these shirts. But that was much, much less niche than Football Manager is. So, plus it was a much more catchphrasey kind of show. You could get away with quite a lot of catchphrase ripping. Ben Churchill has scored. Our favourite nodding dog says, and scores a goal. That is my best Churchill impression. I appreciate it's also not a good one. We'll all get over it. Essentially, send on the last couple of subs just to tidy up the game, and then I'll have a little look at the YouTube what's he do whilst I'm do I currently have a thing open? I just need to make sure I've not got anything open that's going to make noise. Let me have a look. I need to do a lot of work on the YouTube channel because I'm also aware that the playlists aren't up to date yet. So there's that. Let's have a look. Is the merch store working on Creator Spring? No. Odd. Odd. Alright. It looks like both my merch stores need me to work on them, which obviously I'm not going to do whilst I'm on stream because that would be odd. Also, it doesn't appear to let anyone sign in, which is even weirder. Even weirder. I don't know. Is it because it's changed? What, creator spring? No, God, no, no. Or I might have to actually rebuild my merch store entirely because it looks like Creator Spring has died. It's gone out of business. So I'm guessing if I did sell anything, they didn't pay me, and it wasn't enough to keep them in business. Like I said, not a big concern. You don't sell a lot of FM merch. I'll fix that in the links to videos and stuff. Once I build another store to sit there and gather dust. That link works. Oh, so it does. How weird. Why wasn't that working on the video? How very odd. How very odd. Alright, I'll fix that later. But yeah, as far as I know, I've never sold anything through that. So there we go. That's not me saying go out and buy stuff from it. I have no idea how good the products are. It was just kind of a, if anyone was excited enough to want to buy a thing, then they were things that existed. I see, it's a spring by Amaze now. That's what's happening. Okay. Good, we all learned a thing. Let me have a look. Let me see if anyone's ever got excited enough to buy one of those shirts, shall we? It's become part of Teespring. So presumably there's something going on there. Do I have anything listed? Is it saying I've got anything listed? The trouble is I don't know which... Oh yeah, it is there. It is there. Has anyone ever bought anything? It looks like... no. It looks like no. To be honest, one of those sites that's like really expensive anyway, so it's what, so, you know. Who knows? Who knows? That's the thing. Would you want to explain that to people who think... Like I said, it's not... It's a thing that's like... It just exists because some... You know, you never know. I think I've got a coffee somewhere as well, but I never use it. Sure, I've got one somewhere, but I don't know if I actually use it or not. Let me find out, because that probably should be a thing I put some time into. Probably should be a thing I put a touch of time into one day. It's one of those things where, like, until the last sort of 6 months, I've never had enough people watching to worry about it. So, you know, it's just a thing that's existed, really. We will actually play some FM in a second. Don't panic. I will actually do some FMing. I'm just you've got me curious now. You've got me curious, so I'm just having a little look-de-do just to see if that's a thing that is working still. We're heavily side questing. Heavily side questing here. It looks like I started setting one up and then didn't finish setting one up, so that's good. That's good. I finally got it to log in. It was like, you haven't finished setting up your bank details. And it's like, okay, cool. Cheers, bud. So that's fun. seems to not work properly, but there we go. I'm sure. Oh, it is working properly. Let's not get overexcited by that, but it should be working properly, which I don't think I ever saw coming. Of course, it does require my phone to work because bloody two-factor authentication. And I don't know why I'm still looking at this, except for my brain has gone on a combination of autism and ADHD. See if that works. See if that does a thing, and then we will play some more football. I'm sure something will happen eventually. I don't know. I'll sort it out later. I have all sorts of stuff randomly set up. Like I essentially went through a whole thing where I was like, oh, I'm going to be a content creator that makes lots of money, and then it never happened. And I just kind of made my peace with it. Like there's like a tips button on the Twitch, I think, and there's all sorts of standard give me money crap down there. But you know, it's one of those long since decided that wasn't going to be a thing that took off. So you know, we just let it tick by. If we get to the point where YouTube gets 1,000 views or gets 1,000 subscribers or hits monetization, it'd be fantastic, because then I wouldn't be sat around some days wondering if I'll ever be able to afford to buy milk again. Has been a concern today. But you know, we make do. We make do. Such is the times we live in. Anyway, that was a story. That was fun, and I hope we all had fun with it. In the meantime, let's footballs, shall we? Because footballs is always a good time. I am very concerned as to why some of the stream element stuff isn't working properly, though. That's fun. I don't think YouTube money is worth more than Monopoly money either, but it must be worth something, because like you see the people in the community who are full time. Like, they must be making money from something, right? So presumably there is something happening somewhere. Whilst I'm hiding in stream elements, I'm just going to see if there's anything else that looks fun. There are a few random sponsor games. None of them look exciting to me, so we won't play them. Right, anyway, carry on. Let's go for leave to physio for him, and we're all good. Like I did my research when I first started taking YouTube semi-seriously, by which I mean sort of the beginning of the summer when the numbers started going up, because I actually put some real effort into learning how YouTube worked. And theoretically, once you're at 10,000 subs, you should be full-time or able to be bringing in enough money to go full-time. Once you've got 100,000 subs, you should be laughing. Like, according to the calculations I saw, the streamers who are at the top, the YouTubers who are at the top of the FM game, the ones that are in that six-figure sub range, are making between £70,000 and £80,000 a year, apparently. So that's a pretty solid chunk of cash. Christ knows what Zealand's making. Zealand's probably bought several countries by now. Right, let's get to this game against Excelsior. We are happily in the promotion spots. This is one of those leagues where I think you only play 22 games too. So that's quite nice. And then what I'll start doing while we're still in Tahiti is I will just kind of do all the between season stuff off camera, because I don't think anyone wants to see us sit around for 5 months fiddling with transfers. It wasn't particularly fun for me to stream, and I can't imagine the stream was particularly fun to watch, to be honest. So I don't think anyone's going to feel too left out if I do a transfer window off stream between seasons in Tahiti. Do let me know if you will feel particularly aggrieved if I do that, but probably yes. I'll have a look in a second when I can see the full table here, but I think you're right. Yeah, because they're a second team, they can't get promoted. So we would get promoted, but they would be champions. And then Papanu here, who are fifth, would go into the top playoff as the next highest ranked, not a reserve side. So getting promoted out of this league shouldn't be a challenge for us at all. I mean, this is one of those leagues where if I was doing this for a video, like if this was a series like Supermarine, yeah, third and fourth get nothing because they're also B teams. Like if I was doing this as a series like Supermarine, chances are you'd probably only see 4 or 5, 6 games per season out of a save like this, because, well, especially a season like this where we are comfortably gonna win promotion purely because we're the best of the real teams. Like, if we don't win promotion here, I've failed and I may have to quit playing Football Manager, because it shouldn't be possible from here to end up in that situation. I think we'll have Mr. Churchill on the bench. Thank you. That'll do. Right. Like, the next league up will actually be a challenge, but this one should be fine. Like, if I was fun and interesting enough to carry a stream just chatting, I could put us on holiday for pretty much the entire season, and we could sit here watching the scores go by whilst I crack jokes, but I'm nowhere near that entertaining. That's TJ's territory, not mine. To be honest. If I dug out my old stand-up routines nowadays, I'd get cancelled. And the thing is, it's not even like I was working particularly close to the knuckle. Like, it's not like, I was going full Bernard Manning. But, like, even at the time, I was getting accused of all sorts of weird isms that weren't isms. I don't know if I ever told this story before, but I did a gig once where, and I can't remember the word for word joke, so you'll just have to deal with the synopsis. But it was essentially like, what would happen if Superman? Like, I was talking about like what it's like to live with having like mental health issues, and I was like, imagine if Superman was to sort of be saving the girl tied to the train tracks or whatever, and he suddenly starts having a mental breakdown and can't do his job anymore, and that's a sort of vague description of what sometimes like really bad mental health difficulties are like. It was a funnier version of that, but that was the gist of the joke. Anyway, I come off stage, I suppose that Superman joke was really anti-Semitic, and I was like, unless Superman's Jewish, I don't think I mentioned anything Jewish in that joke whatsoever. Like, I'll never understand why that joke was allegedly anti-Semitic, but it shook me for a while. I was like, Oh, so everything just offends people now. Can't make a joke about a fictional comic book character without someone deciding it's an ism. Wait, Superman is Jewish? What? B, this is a revelation to me. What? What? When did this happen? I know his creators are, like, I get that, but, like, the character is an alien from the other side of the galaxy, raised by Kansas farm folk. Like, if he's adopted any religion at all, it's going to be a Christian denomination, surely. But yeah, I'll never understand how that happened. It's and also, like, one thing I found was stand up, and this is one of those, like, possibly things I shouldn't admit publicly on the internet things. It was much harder to do stand up once I quit drinking. Like, not even, like, stage fright wasn't an issue. I don't need to be drunk to be on stage. But just somehow I feel like I lost the funny when I got sober, and I don't know why that happened. I like to pronounce Superman like it's a Jewish name, Superman. Fair. Like, I do keep telling myself one day I'll go back to doing stand-up, but occasionally I sit down to write a set and I just look at it and go, is that my best work? And also, is it really a time for me to be going out on stage? Like, I've got an open invite to go and perform at a comedy club, ironically in Kansas, anytime I like, but I just can't write a good set right now. I cannot come up with a good set. Especially because I'm going to fly halfway around the world. It's going to be like a 30-minute set minimum. It's a lot of writing when my brain is not really there. And especially because I do still have this thing in my head where I just think I'm not funny sober. And of course the obvious answer to that is, well, just get drunk, but then if I do that I die, so if I'm going to die on stage, I'd rather it be from a bad joke than from a can of Red Stripe, you know? Oh, I thought it was going to be a goal then. It came off the crossbar. Come on, sing. Do it. You cannot only sing when we're winning. This has been a really poor first half from us. Really poor. Now, I'm going to actually pay attention to some stats in a second. I'm just going to go, we are awful. That's going to be what's happened. Oh, we're not absolutely slapping them like we usually are when we're not winning. We should have scored a goal by now. What was that? We're going to go with what was that? It's Gaglino, Dupere and Liam II who aren't performing. And to be fair, when Gaglino and Dupere are playing well, we play well. So it does stand to reason that when they're playing badly, we play badly. We are going to play for set pieces because Liam is pretty big, I think. Oh no, he's not. He's just there. But it can't hurt to play for set pieces. It's at least an opportunity. We must have signed someone big because it's me and I look at heights. So we must have signed someone who is 6'4" by now. If not bigger. It is reaching a stage where I'm getting more and more perturbed that we haven't scored a goal. More and more perturbed that there is no goal going in. Right, Guglino, you're very frustrated, and so am I. So I don't think that's a good combination. We'll send in Churchill. Dupere can come off for Hugh. And the other Liam off for Petitgas. and then we'll score here. That's our plan. Let's go score a goal. Come on, boys. Very attacking. Let's go score the goal. Payet's picked up a knock, and I've not noticed. But he's by far the best player on the pitch. It's just a shame he's not really playing in an area of the pitch where he can affect much. I'm going to berate the players because this hasn't been good enough. Discovered the creator of Dilbert died, and he had a Dilbert-shaped pool. Hang on. Hold the phone. Scott Adams died. Wow. There's a thing. When I was a kid, I thought Dilbert was brilliant. The older I got, the more I learned that Scott Adams, not to speak ill of the dead, but Scott Adams was an awful human being. It is an I don't know whether to laugh or laugh situation, but you also feel bad because you know you shouldn't laugh at someone for dying. But for those who aren't aware, long story short, his stepson died of a fentanyl overdose, and he laughed about it. Like, he was making jokes about his stepson dying, and like refused to pay for him to get treatment and all sorts of shit. He was a horrible human being. And yeah, he also was a Trumper that wanted to kill children a lot, which didn't help him either, to be honest. But oh, what a header from Ethan Ellis Watts. What a goal. My word. He's not even supposed to be there today. What's he doing? Wild. The thing is, the Dilbert cartoon was actually really funny. But I was until a few years ago still getting the Dilbert comics to my feed. Like because I'm old enough, I've got an RSS feed set up. And it was definitely written by someone who had far too much hate in their heart. I'm very disappointed they didn't drown this Dilbert-shaped pool after eating too many dill burritos. It's true. Imagine if he'd been found drowned in his Dilbert-shaped pool after eating too many dill burritos with a Dilbert dildo shoved up him. That would have been, frankly, the finest way for him to die. And before you ask, that is a real piece of Dilbert merchandise that did exist. Oh, Tanoa Hyo scores a second to win us the game. Genuinely a thing, Elodie. I don't know that because I'm weird. I know that because I happen to be in a store underwear shopping and saw one, and I almost peed myself laughing. I have a photo of it somewhere that I sent to my sister because I found it so funny. Genuinely on the floor, curled up in a ball, laughing. It was so funny. It was not in my merch store, no. Scott Adams was very litigious. I wasn't going to put that in a merch store. But, oh my word. Let me see if Google has an image of it. I can't believe I've just typed that into Google. That's going to ruin my life. Google does not have an image of this. Have I got my safe search on? Safe search off. Like, this was 20 odd years ago, but it's not showing up. I shouldn't need to age verify because, like, they've got my credit card and shit on file, right? So they should know that I'm an adult. Let me see if I can find it. They're not showing up, and a bunch of stuff that's very much not suitable for work is. So I'm gonna say it's been scrubbed from the interwebs. Maybe it wasn't licensed, which to be honest wouldn't make a sense. I also got blocked by Scott Adams for posting an image of Dilbert with a curved erection in the same shape as his curved tie. Wow. Wow. I mean, hilarious, but also, wow. My my favourite blocked by a celebrity on Tinterwebs story is that I got blocked by the wrestler Dustin Rhodes on Twitter, who was known as Goldust back in the 90s, for anyone that was watching wrestling back in the 90s. And I asked him a really simple question about one of his other characters that it turns out he's a little bit ashamed of, called Black Rain. And he blocked me for it on Twitter, which was doubly funny because I'm friends with his ex-wife and she took it personally. She thought it was an attack on her and went off on him. So funny. And it wasn't. It's just that he doesn't like talking about that character because he's a bit ashamed of what was going on in his life at the time he was doing it. But it started a whole thing with him and his ex-wife purely because he didn't want to talk about it. Okay, go out on loan then, Rodrigo Seixas. It probably doesn't count as abuse to Dilbert because, frankly, if you've ever read a Dilbert comic, his life would not be at all entertaining were he not being abused by someone constantly. Just a random thought, but right, I have to close that tab because if someone walks in with that random tab open, I'm gonna I'm gonna get some side eye. I don't know why someone would walk in, but if they did, let's not take any chances. Always preferred everyone always preferred Dogbert. Dogbert is everyone's favourite character. That is factual. Dogbert is everyone's favourite character in Dilbert. Offers made for leaning. Guys, stop it. I didn't spend literally ages building a squad so that it could all get stolen by 9th tier English clubs. And also, realistically, would a 9th tier English club be more appealing than a 2nd tier in Tahiti for you as a footballer? I mean, let's think about this, right? You can go and work a day job and all this kind of crap in some random town somewhere in England whilst playing 9th tier semi-professional football. Or you can get a reasonable wage to wake up in Tahiti every morning and play football of largely the same standard. Just saying. I wonder how many times swine it would take to take over Swin. Jeez, that was a lot of words, a lot of tongue twistings. About a ton is probably right. Although to be fair, given the state of Swindon Borough Council, it would probably take one sufficiently motivated pig with a reasonable IQ. To be honest, yeah, I'd rather live in Tahiti too, Liam. I'll be honest. A ton wouldn't even be enough to take over the traffic circle. I don't know. Oh, Tahiti looks lovely. I would quite happily live in Tahiti. The Magic Roundabout, indeed. So, did you ever see there was a thing, I don't know if it made the news outside of Wiltshire at all, but Swindon Borough Council decided that they were going to try and turn the Magic Roundabout into a tourist attraction by sticking wooden cutouts of the characters from the Magic Roundabout around the Magic Roundabout to try and encourage people to visit Swindon. And I was sat there reading this article, which wasn't April Fool's Day because I checked at least 4 times, thinking, Swindon Borough Council are so incompetent they think they can kickstart a tourism industry in a rundown town that nobody wants to live in by putting characters from a 50-year-old cartoon around the worst junction in England. I just had questions. It's a great idea until you realise that Swindon Borough Council just spent £33 million building a new bus station. And when I say new bus station, it is literally a road with 12 bus shelters on it. It's not a great piece of architecture. It's a strip of tarmac with 12 plastic bus shelters on it, and they spent £33 million on it. And every time I walk down there, every time I look at those bus shelters, I just think, how is the entire council not being investigated for corruption after that? How are they not stood there going, someone has lined their pockets building this? Oh, we've got both Simons in the team now as well as both Liams, but well, that's what it seems. This round makes the Michigan mixing bowl look easy to understand. Yeah. I will say that the Magic Roundabout isn't the toughest thing to understand. But people panic when they get there, and that's what causes accidents. Like, it looks more complicated than it is, so people arrive here going, this is really complicated, and they panic, and then that's why accidents happen. In theory, it is an incredible piece of engineering, like a genuinely brilliant piece of engineering, but it confuses people. That's it, it's the ability to go the wrong way around the middle that confuses people. But the secret of the Magic Roundabout, if you're not familiar with it, you don't drive it every day, and you think you might get confused, just keep going around the outside of the outside roundabouts, and you'll get where you're getting to. It'll take forever, but you can, in theory, do it. Scissor Tozza sounds like the ramblings of a drunk, apologetic Mancunian. Well, that is very offensive. Very offensive because, as far as I know, he's a quite sober Somersetian? Is that the correct... Is Somersetian how you say that? I don't know. Elodie is saving her Reno player until we get onto a women's team. That's a great call. We will, at some stage, get onto a women's team as well. It won't be long. I say it won't be long. We'll try and... that doesn't help me, Simon. I can't do... I know Devonian is a thing. What's a Hertfordshirean called? Wow, B might have been closer than we thought. What do you call it? What's a native of Hertfordshire called? Side quest. Apparently, a native of Hertfordshire is called a Hertfordshire hedgehog. There we go. So Simon is a Hertfordshire hedgehog. That's. I promise you, that's what Google says, Simon. You can check. You can check, but that's what that says. For what it's worth, people from Wiltshire are called moonrakers. So there we go. From Stockport, so basically Manchester, which means I'm allowed to take the mick. It's true. Well, they don't have to go to Liverpool to take a mick. That's going to get me cancelled. That's offensive to so many different people. That was risky. That was a risky one. Yeah, from the store. Well, sort of. Here's a story about smugglers. But yeah, they claim they were trying to rake the moon's reflection from the water to get away with smuggling, which is honestly the dumbest thing you'll ever hear until you spend 5 minutes sat in any of the many Weatherspoons in Swindon, at which point you will hear something dumber uttered by at least one allegedly human being. Like, without fail, you'll hear something dumber uttered by someone much quicker. I think the odds of a Naomi or a Matilda are quite high depending on the country and player nationality of the new gen. Yeah, probably. Not in Wiltshire. Not in Wiltshire, because everyone here seems to be called fucking Steph. I got bored the other day and started, like, swiping through Tinder because I had literally nothing else to do because I was waiting for a video to render. And it matched me with, like, 9 different Stephs in a row in Swindon. And at that point I was like, do you know what? I think I'm done. Like, it's not like I was looking for anyone anyway, but, like, I did laugh. I did send a text to a mate like, is everyone in Swindon called bloody Steph? Oh my word, I finally have a clip. Thanks, B. That'll stop the various people who've been moaning at me for not having a clip when I raid, for moaning about me not having a clip. Dank will like that. So will Benny. Let's have a little look, see what we've clipped. Apparently, it's just decided not to play sound. Let's make that play sound. Why not? Well, they don't have to go to Liverpool to take a mick. That's going to get me cancelled. That's offensive to so many different people. Yeah, that is gonna get me cancelled, but it's fine. That's life. Liam knows about 5 Stephanies, which proves my point. If it's England, I suspect something more boring is also fairly accurate. I'll give that a feature of the clip on the old channel. There we go. That's beautiful. Cheers for that, B. I originally stopped you. So I did when I first moved to Swindon. I did occasionally look at the old dating things occasionally, because it would be nice just to have someone to share the bills with. And I got matched on Facebook's dating thing with someone. I was like, oh, they actually seem quite nice. Sent them a message, back and forth, this kind of stuff, and they were a friend of mine, someone I was working with at the time, and I was like, okay, cool, they must be chill because the person we had as a mutual friend was chill, so that'll be fine. Anyway, things were going well, we're having a lovely chat back and forth, and then she stops responding for like 2-3 weeks, and I said to our mutual friend, I was like, have you heard anything from her? Like, is she okay? And she looked at me, she goes, what do you mean? I was like, oh, we were messaging on Facebook, dating, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, I was just checking she was alright. She goes, no, she died like a week and a half ago. And I was like, oh, okay. Awkward times. Anyway, yeah, so either you get a Steph or a corpse, apparently, if you try internet dating in Swindon. That was like a year ago, Liam. Like, it hadn't reached a point of being like serious. It was just kind of, things were going well, and I wondered if I'd done something to offend her or whatever. But yeah, no, apparently life had other plans. So it is what it is. Moving to Canada changed my life because I was no longer just an average dude. Being a Brit in North America is like a superpower. Oh, B, don't. I would love to move to Canada. If I could afford to move to Canada, I would do it. I really would. And yes, Swindon does sound dire, but you should try visiting it. Being in Swindon is much worse than any description of Swindon can do justice. Well, I guarantee if I was to leave my house right now and walk for 2 minutes in any direction, I would find several crackheads fighting. And like, I fully sympathise with them. Drug addiction sucks, but if I can tell you that I can, if I can tell you that I can walk 5 minutes in any direction from where I'm sat right now and see crackheads fighting, that tells you there's a local system issue, not a people issue. Like when I lived in Oxford, you'd occasionally find like the odd crackhead out doing some random crackheady stuff, but like it was once in a blue moon. But in Swindon, it's everywhere all the time. But on the plus side, when you walk through town on the weekends to do shopping or whatever, there's always like, um, there's always, what are they called? Evangelists, like Christian missionary evangelist types out there, like with megaphones preaching on the streets and whatnot. And I just find it really funny because I'm like, guys, clearly if there was a God, they're not coming to Swindon because this place is a mess. If you ever need evidence, just look around. Um, Expanding income inequality is the biggest issue of our time. It's true, everything is a symptom of it. The reason to come to Swindon is football and the outlet village. That's true. And even though I live reasonably close to the outlet village, I don't go there. Like, I literally would just have to walk across Farringdon Park, or Green Park, or GW, I forget which park it is. The park that's next to the outlet centre, I literally would just have to walk across it. It would take me less than 10 minutes to get to the outlet centre, and I never use it. I think I've been in there once because I was on the way to a job interview and I really needed a pee. And it seemed like the logical place to stop. God would never come to Swindon, it's forsaken. 'Tis true. 'Tis true. Right, I really want to see Marseille score a goal. Like, we know Liam the second scores occasionally, but can Marseille score a goal? I know I'm a massive child, but I do kind of want to sign Marseille for Marseille and see if he can score there, but he probably can't because he can't score in Tahiti. So chances of a goal coming from Marseille at Marseille are, I would say, slim. A lot of the family live not too far from you. Basingstoke and Alton in Hampshire. Wow, that's close-ish. I always think of Basingstoke as being more Reading way than Swindon way. I might be wrong. Geography is not my strong suit, especially like Wessex geography, I would say. Marseille could never score in Marseille. That's not true. We could get to the French Cup. Oh yeah, it's not. It's yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose it's like now you're in Canada. You've got that North American sense of distance, of relative distance. Like yeah, where you're like in English, so it's, oh, you should go to this thing. It's an hour away, and you go, don't know if I can be bothered, mate. An hour away, and then North Americans are like an hour. That's basically next door. It's a 4-hour drive to the next city, to Edmonton. Edmonton's quite a nice town. Edmonton's actually quite a nice town. I am quite a big fan of Alberta. I was considering taking a 14-hour drive to see my wife in Winnipeg tomorrow. Jesus. Yeah, you've probably chosen wise, to be honest, mate. You've probably chosen wisely. A 14-hour drive is definitely less appealing than a flight. Alberta's the Texas of Canada, run by awful politicians. I can't comment on the politicians. I know the people of Alberta are lovely. I have had some really good times in my life in Alberta. But that does come with the caveat / benefit of, obviously, I have a wrestling background, so I naturally have spent some time in Calgary. Because you sort of have to, it's the law. Most of our team is going to leave in the middle of June, which is a problem. Alberta is, Edmonton is the Austin. Our politicians eschew the conservative norm of Alberta. Fair enough. Keep Edmonton weird, that's what I say. Right, so essentially, all of our players are leaving, so we're going to go up with this team, and I'm going to have to rebuild the team again next year because everyone will leave after we get promoted. Good. We literally stole the damn slogan. I genuinely didn't know that was actually the slogan. You'd actually stolen the slogan from Austin. I just thought that would be funny. And now it's doubly funny that they actually did steal the slogan. Outstanding stuff. Probably is the areas outside of Calgary, Proper and Edmonton are anti-vaxxer tinfoil polyver fans. Polyver is the Canadian. Oof. Well, B, if you know of anyone with any jobs going that wants to sponsor a visa, mate, you feel free to let me know and let them know I'm available, because I would be up for a move to Canada. That would be outstanding. Like, yes, I'd have to pay the awful price of never being able to watch Swindon live again. But on the plus side, I'd never have to watch Swindon live after Ollie is gone again. So it's a win-win, really. Oh, you go for it. Find me a Canadian to marry. There's got to be. In fact, if you're going to go out of your way to find me a Canadian to marry, is the lass who played what's her face? Hang on. Is the lass who played Caitlin still around and alive? In Degrassi. Loved her when I was a kid. Stacey Mistison. That's what she was called. She is still alive. She is in her 50s, but that's alright. That's fine. We'll accept that. Married. Always goes wrong. Always goes wrong. Honestly, if a Canadian wants to do it just to be polite, that's fine. That's honestly fine. To be fair, I do know one Canadian actress personally, but she's very straight, and frankly, you know when you have those like moments where childhood you would explode? It's weird enough that I have her in my phone book. Like, Danielle Smith is too. It was an NDP government. The promise was diversifying. Didn't last long. Fair. So like many years ago when I started doing like bits of music journalism, I got asked, and I got asked in like the most like, I know this isn't what you'd usually do and it's a bit weird, but we really need you to interview this actress that's brought out an album, and I don't know if you're going to do it. And I was like, oh, well, who is it? What's going on? And they were like, oh, it's Amy Jo Johnson. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Her music is nothing like I would normally have reviewed, but you want me to interview the goddamn Pink Ranger? Absolutely yes. Like, childhood me was very excited by adult me being asked to interview the Pink Ranger. But then we stayed in touch, so that was fun. Right, we're playing in something called the TAL, which I assume is like that's our B team, isn't it? And then we've got a game. We've reached 200 games in management. Chat, some of you have watched me play 200 games of football. And so far we've only won one trophy. That's crazy dedication. $200 games of... How many of them have I won? I bet we're at 40+%. I think we've got a record that you would look at and go, we're a pretty good manager, off the top of my head. I know it did say on the manager something somewhere. Stats, there we go. Overall career stats, played 199, won 91, win percentage 45%. I'm just throwing it out there. 45% win rate is really fucking good for a manager. That's a like if you look at like Fergie's win rate with Manchester United. I bet his is similar. Fergie's win rate at Manchester United apparently was 68.23%. Alright, we're not quite at Fergie's level, but 45 is still plenty respectable. Like, that's a solidly mid-table manager. Right, Payet is back. That's good to see. That's no good reason I want 2 strikers on a bench when I'm only playing with 1. So we'll do that. We will put, where was he? Churchill on there. We will give us Simon a game in the near future. 68% is one of my old lanes save as a manager career-wise. The problem is Leon is even stronger than that. Fair. I mean, I'm quite happy with 45%. I think 45% is a strong number. We've got to give a squad number to this fella, Danny Griffiths. I don't remember signing him. I'm sure I did, but I don't remember doing it. I think it was like something I arranged towards the start of the season. Like, I think we signed him outside of a transfer window. But he's a left back, so he will get on the pitch because, frankly, Isaiah Saeed is due a terrible game. Like, he's not consistent enough to be playing well. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this Griffiths fella we've signed. From Gibraltar, because of course he is from Mons Calpe. Nice. He brings almost nothing to the table, but I'm glad he's here. I'm glad we are spreading the doctrine of Gibraltarian football to the South Pacific. That's a good day. Right, Gaglino, create a thing, make something happen, score a goal, someone. Liam the second's on it and he spooned it over the bar. Over the bar. Good times. Right, can we have a goal, please? Just one goal, give it to me. I'm at 72% at all there. The fact I finished third in 2 seasons is a lot, as in French leagues where you
want to be anonymous.
Need to go near
And you let the world watch you on a webcam.
The world isn't watching
F
me.
Campos 15, welcome to the
are.
channel. Thank you for coming in. And to your viewers, let's give you a little shout out. Which is going to take me a moment to remember to figure out how I'm going to spell that correctly. There we go. Thank you for being here. How are things going?
Look, I don't need you defending me on my work. I don't need you analyzing or interpreting me either. And in fact, I'm pretty
Thanks
sure.
very much, mate. Everyone, do pop over.
Pretty
Give
sure.
Campos a follow to say thank you
following
for
me?
joining
I
us.
was actually just going to ask
Always
him the
nice
same
for
thing.
us to branch out, go say hello.
Like you're hot.
As I said, everyone
I
coming
may
in with
resist
Campos
for a while,
to,
but we both know eventually I'll give in. So why don't we just skip that? Why don't you put a baby in me?
We're here in Tahiti. We're having a great time. And we are currently struggling to get our strikers to score goals. But we're having a great time. And getting a good suntan. They're paying us well. We look like we can win promotion by default. Because we're about the only team in this league that actually can get promoted. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. It's the 4th club of our save. We've been so far to Scotland. We've been to England, we've been to Greece. We started in Greece just to mix things up and ended up in England anyway. And now we've come to Tahiti because I fancied some sunshine. It's currently raining in Tahiti as I say that. But it's FM26, so like the Crow, it is always raining. It's just a thing we've got used to now. No matter where you play in the world, at what time of year, it will be raining in Football Manager. You're very, very welcome, Campos. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, and we're doing the best to have a good time, a good save. We'll check in with you sometime in the future when you're next up. We will return the raid, I have no doubt, because we do like to pay these things both forward and back. Liam almost scored. Almost. Come on, guys. Let's do this. I told you Saeed was due a bad game, by the way, and he is having a bad game. It's almost like I jinxed it, but he was so due a bad game. Payet was due a bad game as well. They've decided to both have one at the same time. Delabelle with a pretty decent free kick from range. Shame it was slightly off target. Right, let's address our boys. What was that? Is the correct reaction. We'll grab these guys and tell them we're not happy. Sonny Payet seems anxious. Buddy, don't be anxious, just be good. That's all I really ask of anyone on my team, is just 100% effort, 110% of the time. If you can pull off both of those statistics, I will be happy. Thrashed FC Flurry 91 in the home leg, 7-3 with the Star Strike getting 4 goals late last night. Elodie, you're just teasing me now. I can't get a striker to score 1 goal, and you're here going, I had a striker score 4 goals. Elodie, come on. I'm very happy for you, obviously, but I am a little bit jealous. Because I seem to be able to get goals out of everybody on this team except the guy I'm paying to score goals. It's very irritating. Let's try and be footballers. Right. Payet's managed a simple pass and not screwed it up. We've got a crossover. Sings there. Heads it back to Liam the first. Delabelle. Gaglino almost gets a goal. Almost. I don't know why Jordan was rolling that out when he was supposed to take a goal kick. That just seems like time wasting and should be a straight red. If I'm completely honest. Saeed back to Liam. Liam has got it over the top. Header goes in and it's gone absolutely... Right, let's make some changes. We can't be living like this. That's unacceptable. Right, Payet. Get off, mate. Pozo's coming on. He's going to show you how it's done. Griffiths, my little Gibraltarian. Do your thing. Liam the second, you're going to give way to... In fact... No, we'll send on Marcel. I was going to send on Shemaine and go for a strikerless. But he is apprehensive, and apprehension doesn't win you minutes in my team. Porter, I don't have a centre-half on my bench anymore. I guess you've been let off. Saved by other people's failure. Okay, let's do this. Let's get a goal. Singh is having a run at things. He's been fouled. He's been brought down, and... we will get a free kick. Singh immediately whips it at Porter, who manages to be offside from a free kick, which frankly makes you a rubbish footballer. Controversial opinion, but if you can be offside from a dead ball, you are a rubbish footballer. I know, look at me with the hot takes. No one's ever seen me give a hot take before. But if you're offside from a free kick, especially one that close to the byline, you're a rubbish footballer. And that's 2-0. Right, can any of our midfield play in defence? I guess Dupere can. We'll do that. For me, I don't care where the goals come from. There's a point where Siggy and Lana are my central defenders with the big goal sources, or the central defenders are tall enough to be women's set piece gods, along with Chappelle. So it's like 3 weapons wanting to smash in for goals. Any one of them can get one. Valid. Yeah, I don't care where the goals come from as such. It just irks me that the guy I'm paying to score goals isn't doing it. Like, if he was scoring goals and everyone else was scoring goals, I'd be, like, chill. But the fact that not one of my strikers is scoring anything, bothers me. The fact that my goalkeeper apparently has forgotten how his hands work is also bothering me now. That's also bothering me muchly. Okay, come on. Ball forward to a player that wears our colours. I'm going to go very attacking. Just to try and get us back in this game, I'm going to go very attacking. We've got 5 minutes left. It's really not worth it. But if we can get a goal, I'll feel a little bit better about our team. We can't. What on earth was their manager wearing? That was poor. Right. You and you and you and you and you and ba ba ba. There's no one that understood that reference. Nobody understood that reference, and if you did, you should be ashamed of me. That was very left field and showing my age. Anyway, I'm old, we've learned, good times, everyone is happy, and we are back out here in the world doing our thing. Waiting for more Tahitianness. Just having a casual look around. Oh, it's only 9:30. That's random. 10:30 even. That's way earlier than I thought it was. My brain was very much like thinking it was midnight-ish. Right. AS Taravao or Temanava are next. I believe AS Taravao are a team we definitely need to beat because they are technically third. It does show you how weird this league is, that it's a 12-team league and the club that are currently in 6th get to play off for promotion as things stand, and we're just over halfway through the season. I just realised as well there's a transfer window open. There's 8 days left of a transfer window and I have not been paying attention at all. And we've got money to spend, so I actually could be massively upgrading our team here. Let's not sign... Oh, should we sign Pascali? Yes. We should be signing Miguel Pascali. I know it says he's a C, and I get that, and that will upset people, but everything was in the right place. everything was in the right place there. Like, yeah, he doesn't like. Yes, it's a C, and he's a 2.5-star player. Then you look at this, you go, he's a midfielder, an attacking midfielder with top-end pace passing, probably mid-range vision. His pace is going to be around a 10. Great natural fitness, all that determination at 19 years old. That doesn't even feel like a choice. It's one of those players you could easily overlook. He won't be the best player in our squad ever, but he'll be an engine room. Also, my brain just did a. There's going to be players from North America who've been released, aren't there? Because it is the 31st of December, and the 31st of December means youth contract expiries, doesn't it? Or is that, it's tomorrow, isn't it? It's tomorrow. It's the 1st of January. We'll go hunt some departed Americans. Not dead ones, obviously, that would be dark. But some released American youngsters, because as everyone knows in FM, when you're in a lower league, that's a cheat code because they seem to be willing to play football anywhere. And they always seem to be better than whatever league you're in. If you haven't rebuilt a team in a lower third European country, or indeed a outside of Europe country with American teenagers at this stage, what are you doing with your life, to be honest? Because it's immense fun and easier than it should be. Right, go on, let's see who's been released. I am regretting having Fog of War on. I wish I could turn it off. Had to do with Orleans with season 2. Fair, see. Elodie knows. Elodie knows. Alright, a bunch of people are making offers for players that I assume play for me at this point. Ooh. I don't know if he's good. I don't care if he's played for West Ham. He's got to be pretty decent. Yeah, I can't afford him. Some of the Americans, dual nationals, are still on the roster. Fair. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. Not a little Luke, obviously, like a tiny person called Luke. That would be odd. Let's have a tiny fella called Luke. English is weird. I mean, I'm reasonably weird. But, like, as a language, English is weird. Oh, they had been released. Alrighty then. Let's start with FC Dallas because they popped up first. Let's see who shot JR. One of them will know. One of them will know who shot JR. In fact, that'll be the first question I'll ask them when they get off the plane. Because it's been like 40 years and I've never once cared. As in Alice Renault, being both American and French, was selected especially for the team as she was dual national as my starting right back. And I hear she's very good at getting into a spas. Oh, such a great pun. Such a... I'm wasted. I'm wasted on Twitch. I'm not. It was such a dad joke. Such a dad joke. Also, they probably don't make the Renault Spas anymore. So there's a whole generation of people that won't understand that joke either. there will literally have been people who heard me make that joke who've never ever seen a Renault Espace. Papa? Nicole? Indeed. That is the giant French minivan. That's the one. That's the one. And also, and I believe I can safely say that Simon will back me up on this. But those adverts, those Renault adverts from back in the day, Nicole. I'm not saying she was an incredibly attractive woman, but my word. I gained a new appreciation for France as a country the day I saw that advert. And I was about 9. Like, I learned a lot about myself that day. See, it's not just me. In fact, not that this is an okay attitude to have in 2025, but the 90s were very different, and I feel like I have to make that clear. But the main reason that I remember that advert is because my dad went to buy a Renault a couple of weeks after the advert came out, and he asked if Nicole came with the car. And now you can see why I also make terrible dad jokes. It was learned at an early age from a father who makes terrible dad jokes. But also, my dad has possibly the low-key darkest sense of humour of anyone I know. I don't know if I've ever told this story on the channel or on the stream before. My dad was walking along the beach somewhere, I forget where he was, and he found like a dead starfish just on the beach, as you do, you know, as you walk along the shoreline. And he sent me and my siblings a message with a picture of it going, "Sorry kids, Patrick's dead." And it's one of the funniest things anyone has ever sent me. It's so dark, because like, obviously me and my siblings all grew up watching SpongeBob. And my dad has dad jokes, but he's not renowned for being hilarious. And I genuinely sat there marginally traumatized for a second before I cracked up. Looks at the Renault Clio Nicolad. Oh my god, these French... Exactly. Nicole. My word. I bet she's like super famous in France too. Literally, if you type in "who played Nicole" into Google, the first thing that gets suggested is in the Renault Clio adverts. Wow. So I'd forgotten this. She played Nicole for like 8 straight years in a series of adverts that told a whole ass story. From like her being a teenager up to her getting married. And then it also turns out that the adverts were so popular that one survey found that Nicole was more recognisable in the UK than the Prime Minister was at the time. Which, yes, the Prime Minister at the time was probably John Major. and we all tried to forget he existed. But even so, that's wildly impressive for a random side quest character in an advert for a car. They're not letting you try out any of these players. Nicole must have been a popular... Yes. Yes. Is the answer. Yes. Nicole was popular. Right. All those players seem to have been... Let's see if anyone's been released as of January, youth-wise. Right. Good. Good. We've got player... It looks like we're shopping in Uruguay, the Solomon Islands, wherever Pongoros is. If I had to guess, I would say that's probably Chile. I mean, quite warm, but Chile as a country. Palermo de Orocha, which sounds very Argentine. Etuelma Tori, which sounds Polynesian, French Polynesian. Estudiantes de Tacuarembó is probably Uruguay. I could look it up, but it's far easier to just assume I'm right. Dinamo Puerto is somewhere in South America. Dublin Central is definitely not actually in Dublin. False advertising, that's not okay. They are in Uruguay as well. Oh, hello. Virtus Entanella, which I believe is San Marino? No, it's Italy. I mean, that should have been my first guess, shouldn't it? We're all thinking it. Why was that not your first guess? Why was your first guess the tiny enclave of fucking 13 people in Italy and not the country of Italy? But sometimes I just like to stir things up a bit and, you know, make you all think. Plus, if I get it right, I sound well smart. And realistically, isn't that what we're all here for? The hope that one day I'll actually sound like I'm a smart person. Alright, we've got people coming on trial. Some fella called Harry Hutchinson, he's American. Someone called Eric Balistieri, who's also American. Someone's joined Cardiff. Alex Jason Fountain. Oh, more trialists. Alright, we're cooking. We're cooking. Now we just have to be able to find a way to afford these players. But the important thing is, we've got them to show up. And nobody can steal them from us before they play. Which I think is really my key takeaway, is I would like these players to play for us before another team steals them. Assuming they're good enough to be here. If they're not good enough to be here, they'll just have their free holiday and go home. Right. What are we saying? David Redigolo from Venezuela. I mean, it's not great, but he'll work. By which I mean, he'll literally show up for work. 65 quid a game, make it 50, you've got a deal, son. 50, shake hands at 50. You know how this works. I keep saying 50, you shake me hand. Good work, David. Well played. See, nice negotiating with you. Maybe don't push your luck so hard. Luis Vargas from Uruguay is a 4-star goalkeeper at 19. That is a nice signing. 50 quid for you? 50 quid for you. Happy days, Luis. See, I like this. I like it when we all speak the same language. Franco Dominguez, you are a 5'10" centre-half. Actually played Nicolas and Estelle Skornik. Indeed, the French are beautiful, but I didn't expect there was Polish involved in that. Well, now you know, see? And let's be honest, the Poles as a nation, some of the politics is dodgy, but the genetics is good. Apparently her grandfather was killed trying to escape from Auschwitz. That's depressing. She appears to have given up on the acting thing though, unless her IMDb has stuff hiding that I'm not aware of. Oh no, she's still acting. She's playing a doctor in something called Squad 36. She is apparently very famous in France. She also was in AS Police Scientifique, which I bet is a French remake of CSI. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably a French remake of CSI. Which has a famous theme tune of ooh, 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 ooh. See that? Bilingual jokes? It's what you get. It's what you pay your money for, is bilingual gaggage. Also the title of my sex tape. Someone just retched. It wasn't me. No gag reflex. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when I spend my afternoon hanging out with other queers. Things take a turn. Things take a turn. Jesus wept. I've lost it already. That's where I check the viewer numbers and see they've gone into the minuses. Oh, we've got Kit and Llama hanging around in chat. That'd be awkward if they'd come in just as I made that gag about not gagging. Or gagging a gag about... You know, phrase it as you wish. Anyway, South Americans. South Americans are words we're saying. We're going to sign a few just to help us out here in Tahiti. A country known for its beautiful beaches and odd league. With David Ridigolo joining the club on trial, many people want to know what the chances are of him earning a permanent stay at Stade de Taravao. Now, Tahiti Irvin. You say many people will want to know what the chances are. And in countenance to that statement, I offer you our our most recent attendance was 250 people, and the one before that was 100 with one away supporter. The one before that was 87 with one away supporter. I put it to you that not that many people care, and the question you're asking is a waste of both of our time. I know it seems harsh, but I just put it out there as a statement of reliably secure fact that when you say many people will want to know about the chances of this loan being made permanent, what you literally meant was you wanted to know. You were asking me if I was going to keep them for your own benefit. Like, realistically, if you are working for a newspaper that cares what my club is who my club is bringing in on trial, they decided you weren't competent enough to be the cleaner, and they had you covering my football club. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting that out in the universe. Anyway, so are any of these players going to sign for us before we play Temanava? Be nice if they did. It'd be nice to add a couple of cheeky South American. Miguel Pascali, the midfielder, the Argentine. He's coming in. He knows what's up. He was like, yeah, I'll come sign for you in Tahiti. I fancy a small holiday. Don't worry, boss. Just because nobody seems to be able to score any goals for you, I've got you covered, son. And they have to gently correct him. But that's okay. You know, English isn't his first language. He doesn't speak French. Life's too short to hold stuff against him. Jose Antonio from Príncipe Alfonso. You're Spanish. I mean, I suppose if I want a guy to run a bit, he can do that. Not quickly, but like for a long time, he can run not very fast. Can I have him on trial? What else is hiding out there? Right, we're a few days in. Has anyone else been released? / youth released / you know, all that stuff that makes a difference. They're all with us. Right. Alright. You've been released by Botafogo. That means you're probably a good footballer. Some of these guys have been released by Canadian teams, which means they're at least slightly friendlier than the American players will be trying to sign. You guys can come in because you'll be under 20. Which does sound a little bit like I'm in a van shaking Haribo outside of school, but you all knew what I meant. It just gets worse. There's a club called Gisborne Boys. I don't know, we'll find someone. We'll find someone that wants to play for us. I love that I've killed chat by making those random gags, by the way. I've definitely upset some people. I'm sorry, I love you all. I'm just broken. I'd blame my father, but he went out for milk and no one saw him again. I shouldn't be traumatized by it. I was 40 at the time. We appear to be starting to see some players of above average quality becoming available, which is nice. Oh, Toronto, you retired. Oh, that's mean. I wanted you, but you retired. Right, if we can get as many of these players in as possible, and some of them turn out to be decently good. Hopefully one of them turns out to be a striker that does goal scoring. I know I ask a lot, but if I can just get a striker that does the goal scoring, I would be reasonably happy with that as a choice. We can safely say we're not going to sign Facundo Barbosa. Facundo Barbosa. Oh, Diego Pastoriza has joined us. That's a name. Oh, you cancelled the trial. Bloody Nora. Don't cancel trials on me. Listen, you're all Brazilians, right? You can come play football here in Tahiti in that fine tradition of Brazilians playing in random leagues all over the world. You can be the ones that play in Tahiti. And I promise you'll be much happier for having done it. Here we go, they're here, the boys have arrived. Right. Ooh, yep. Yep. That was a complete yep. 60 quid. Go on. Do me a solid at 60 quid a game. You can do it. I believe in you. I see the light. You will be a footballer. Ramon. You, my friend, have let me down. You were not as good as I thought you would be, but you have 20 determination. We will bring him in for a good-ish reason. Right, Marcos Antonio. Well, your big determination as well. That's going to help out my team. Cheers, bro. Like, I am on board with that. You might never play for me, but it will help. Luciano. Pretty sure you're not coming in. Sorry, bud. Luis Felipe. Yeah, yes. Carliao. I mean, he's got tricks. Don't think I'd ever play him, but he's got tricks. And he's not going to cost us anything, so we'll just drag him in. Just to see if he can sort of rustle up a crowd for us. Alright, Paolo Antonio, 13 to 20 reflexes. I'll take a punt on that. If nothing else works, I'll take a punt on that. And Juan Martinez. Big potential. Big determination. £10 a game. All the way from Uruguay. Uruguay. Ready go low to be unveiled. Ready go low. Ready go high. Ready go somewhere. We're all ready go low. Ready go low, ready go low. Right. that should make our best 11 much better. If we can get this fella over the line, all the yellow fellas over the line, that's another cancellation. If we can get all these guys over the line for this next game, I haven't even put in a bid for Balistieri. Oh my word! What? How? Where? Oh, it's because you wanted too much money, wasn't it? I remember. I was there. We had that conversation. I was there. We all knew. We all knew. Right, we have another goalkeeper. This one is younger and Uruguayan. And that means that if this fella insists on leaving still, I won't miss him. Which is really quite impressive. Let's make him available for the second team. Just so he's playing. That's a good idea. It's very annoying this window shuts so early. Very annoying. Not annoying. So annoying. Such times. Touch me, baby. Don't touch me. Okay, cool. Oh. Well, okay. It's a slow day out Thursday. Is there football on telly tonight? Did I miss a thing? It's Tuesday. Is there football on telly tonight? Did someone football today? Oh. It was the semi-finals of the League Cup, innit? That's what happened. That's a thing what happened. So there's a news report coming out today that says that Swindon captain Ollie Clark was banned for 7 matches after committing highly violating and intentional foul play on 2 opponents' private body parts during a game. The fuck? Fuck? Alright, well that's just changed my opinion of him. Don't know if Liam's still out there in chat land or not. that's a troubling piece of news. United fan, how you doing? But I'm good, thank you. How are you? How are you? Oh, we've got a chairman looking to step aside. Hello there. Good times. Let's get some money off here. Get a billionaire tycoon. Right. At least one new signing in the side. Centre half maybe on the bench would be nice. Pozzo's there, good. There's too many strikers on the bench. It's not how we play. Ellis Watts there. Oh, this fella's a 3.5 star strike. Oh, that excites me a lot. Let's put Keller up top today, shall we? Let's put Keller up top. Didn't you say we're United, but I ended up with the sack? That's not the one. I am waiting for an updated version of the real fixtures and results mod, so that I can do a post Amorim rebuild. It's going to upset a lot of United fans though if I do it. Because a lot of players there will be out pre-Carrick, yeah. I think a lot of United fans will be upset with just how quickly I put Bruno Fernandes in a taxi. Tried to make my system useful for MK Don's work, but I lost 12 games out of 20 and was gone. Yeah, that'll happen. I was watching Kempy do a rebuild using Fergie tactics. That was good fun. I tried using it at Wolves, Liam, and it was really stressful because you just cannot. I tried out. It was sort of a semi-experiment just to see if it was even possible for me, and I tried about 30 different tactics and I couldn't keep them up. So either I'm not as good at the management as I think I am, or Wolves are fucked. So. Like, Wolves have been so bad this season that everyone's like, oh, they've hired Rob Edwards, they're preparing for life back in the Championship, they've hired a manager that knows how to get out of the Championship, so I was like, bruh, they need to be worried about how to get out of League One. They need to be worried about how to get out of the Championship. With the way things are going at Wolves currently, they need to be worried about how to get out of League One. They are the kind of team you see get relegated twice in succession. Because even a half-decent Championship side would have more points than they do by January. Like, you could swap them with Wrexham right now, and they would be on more points by the end of the season. What do you think actually happened this season? What went wrong with Wolves? Nothing this season has gone wrong with Wolves. Everything that's gone wrong with Wolves has happened over the last 3 or 4 years, to be honest. They've got a chairman that doesn't understand football. Someone fell out with the Portuguese agent that was giving them all their players. and they're trying to do Moneyball without realising that you have to build Moneyball on something. So they've signed a bunch of players who are young that look like they could be really good, but they've got no experience to prop them up. Or the little experience they do have are people like Matt Doherty, who is 104 years old and hasn't been good enough for the Premier League in 10 years. Who are going down? Aside from Wolves, it's hard to say at the moment. And yes, Rich, I'm actually managing in Tahiti. We're in the Tahitian second tier. If it's not the most random league you've ever seen anyone managing on FM, it's certainly up there, I would suggest. Let's have a look. Currently on form, I think West Ham, Burnley and Wolves looks guaranteed, to be honest. I think Forest and Leeds would have to screw up spectacularly to end up on less points than any of those. If any of those teams is going to escape, it's going to be West Ham, but they'll have to spend disgusting money to do it, and I don't think they've got disgusting money to do it with. Saeed's let me down again. West Ham in the Championship, yeah, I would feel bad for the away fans, but West Ham never spend long in the Championship when they do go down. If there's one thing I will say to their credit, it's that they always come straight back up, more or less. Hope to get my FA Level 1 badge this week. Hope you'll use me in game one day. Well, best of luck to you. If you end up in the game, I will give you a shot. Made it to Women's Champions League, really dreading the fact Bayern Munich, the Spanish Power 2, Lyon, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man United are also in there. Fair. West Ham also actually lose Paqueta or having gone on strike. To be fair, if a player goes on strike, he was not a loss to you in the first place, to be honest. How good the player is, the second they down tools, they cease to have value. How have we doubled our lead whilst being down to 10? I'll take it, but like, logically how? I mean, to be fair, I have taken off a striker to make our defence more solid with the 10, and our strikers don't score any goals anyway, so I don't have anyone on the pitch who I wasn't expecting to be able to score goals. But it does seem odd. Just a thought. Oh, Liam. Talking of Liam, did you see the report in the paper about what Ollie Clark's ban was for? Just thought I'd ask. So an FA statement said that he had essentially been banned for touching opponents' cocks on the pitch, effectively. He's basically been banned for 7 games for sexually assaulting people on a football pitch. Like, without putting too fine a point on it, that's what he got banned for 7 games for. Now, I have 2 thoughts on this. First of all, if that's genuinely provably what happened, and I assume they could prove it because he got banned for it, he should never play professional football again. And if that's what he's been accused with, charged with, and banned for, he should have been gone already from Swindon Town. He should have been sacked immediately. I don't know if the police are involved at all. The FA have banned him. This is a player, United fan. Ollie Clark, the Swindon Town captain. He got a mysterious 7-game ban over Christmas, and we couldn't work out why. And there's just been news reports today released explaining why, and I'm now horrified. Benny! How are you, birds? Sorry, you came in at a time where I was discussing something really awful. Not the super positive vibes we usually go for. Yeah, it's been a day. Yeah, no, I thought he'd said something racist, which would be bad enough. Don't worry, that would be bad enough to deserve a long ban. But the fact that he's got a 7-game ban for essentially sexually assaulting someone on a football pitch mid-game, and it looks like it was 2 separate players in the same game. I don't want to see him in a Swindon shirt again, to be honest. I would have serious questions for Ollie if he was playing again, to be honest. No, like, he shouldn't have been playing since, but let me, because I don't want people to think I'm being weird and biased here, or making out of context statements. Let me give that to both chats. Like, he got a 7-game ban and a fine of under £3,000. Yeah, that should have been like, the second the FA found him guilty, I'd have sacked him, I wouldn't have paid him off, and I'd have reported it to the police. And I'm saying that about my own club's captain. I would have sacked him, I would have reported him to the police, I would have done everything in my power to make sure he never played again, and in fact I'd have phoned the FA and I'd have said, the ban wasn't long enough, that should be for life, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly, £3,000 is probably his weekly wage, 7 games is light work. Like, for that, like I said, I think a lifetime ban is possibly too light on the fella. But then, and this is going to sound like I'm playing devil's advocate, and I'm very much not, when you consider certain players have done prison time for killing people and come back into the professional game, you know, we do have to ask questions. Raging Brit says Man's in his 30s and grabbing blokes' balls in a football match, getting banned. Exactly right. Also, welcome. Yeah, he played today. He shouldn't have been playing. Like, if the accusations aren't true, the reports would have noted that he was presumably pursuing legal action against the FA for the ban. But they don't. The article doesn't say that, so presumably it is true. So why is he still playing for the club? Yeah, if he admitted to it, and he said he admitted to it because they weren't true or whatever stupid nonsense crap he came out with. I don't care. Yeah, he denied meaning it. Like, how do you accidentally grab someone by the nuts? You don't accidentally do that shit. Like, that's not an accident, that's a sexual assault. He put his hands in someone's arse. Jesus Christ. Yeah, ban him for life. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's disgusting to me that he's played for Swindon today, having been found guilty of doing that. I know we're struggling for players and we've had some injuries and blah 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 blah, but I thought Ian Holloway had a sterner moral fabric than that. Can you imagine the stuff he has doing off the pitch if this is what he does on the pitch? Let's not even go there. Swindon getting their legal tests mixed up too. Yep. Life under Holloway has been fantastic, mate. It's been incredible. We look like a different side. We look like promotion's guaranteed this year. I don't know a single Swindon fan who is stressing about whether or not we'll get promoted or not. I don't think anyone in Wiltshire is worried by whether we'll get pro or not. We'd all pretty much tell you it's guaranteed, barring something stupid happening at this stage. And I'd have every faith in them to take us up again next year. After Belmont opposed last month, Swindon said they believed the decision falls short of the standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt and was instead based on the balance of probabilities. Alright. So, and like, yes, like, it doesn't meet the criminal bar for conviction, but this is a civil case with the FA, with the governing body, not a legal case. And I feel like if you wanted to make this a legal case, he's going to prison. So I probably wouldn't be making those noises if I was the Swindon media person, to be honest. And yeah, football does tend to vaporise moral fabric, but whenever you listen to Ian Holloway, he sounds like the kind of fella who would put his foot down. Like, it surprises me that this is what one of Ian Holloway's players have done, and Ollie hasn't gone and booted him into the surface of the sun, quite frankly. I'm really disappointed by him for not doing that. Something stupid like the Cowley's promotion charge? Yeah. I met Danny Cowley when they came down to Swindon. He seemed like a really nice bloke, but his brother's a fucking dick. His brother's such a prick. Unfortunately for Swindon, the FA isn't the prosecutor's office. It's true. Fortunately for Swindon, to be honest, because he'd be in prison if that had gone through criminal prosecutions. It's like 10 years in jail. All right. Let me. Law hat, human hat. So, legally it can be up to, I think, 3 years in prison for that. Personal hat, I've been the victim of something very similar to what Ollie Clark is accused of, and the person that did it to me got ordered to pay me 60 quid by a court. So, go figure. Yeah, Ollie will have limited power in this, but he has put himself in a position where he is in charge of the club, more or less, which is, it's nice, like, it's how it should be, but also this reflects badly on him. Like, he does seem to have absolute authority on the footballing side of the club. And so it's disappointing that Ollie Clark still has a job, given that. Nicky Cowley, I'd agree. I would agree. But it's not me saying, like, Nicky Cowley's a dick because he was shithousing, right? Because we all appreciate shithousing, right? We all appreciate shithousing as football fans, even when it's winding us up. Like, we appreciate the art, it's genius, it's very funny. But the reason I say that Nicky Cowley was a dick, so this was when they came down to play Swindon last season. Yeah, last season. I think it was the FA Cup game last season. There are a group of kids outside the players' entrance waiting for autographs and shit. Like, and I'm talking like little kids, like 6, 7, tiny kids, right? Danny comes out, these kids, they ask if they can have his autograph, no trouble, whatever, all that. Yeah, Harry Smith. He signs all his autographs for these kids, right? Great stuff. Like, they just lost, but great stuff. Full credit to him. Can't praise him enough, because that's probably the last thing you wanted to do, right? Then Nicky comes out, and the kids are asking for his autograph, and he turned around and dead-ass told a 7-year-old to fuck off. Now, I'm sorry. Like, if you're having a bad day, you've lost a game, you don't want to sign an autograph, I get it, I understand that, like, you're going to disappoint the kid, fine, right? But just keep your head down, shut the fuck up and walk onto the bus. Don't tell a child to fuck off for asking for your autograph. That's disgraceful. That is disgraceful behaviour from a football professional. genuinely awful behaviour, and he was told as much by people around him. But genuinely terrible behaviour. Like, I don't think a Colchester fan, I'm assuming you're a Colchester fan, Brett, I don't think you'd condone that. I think even you would agree, like, that's just fucking disgusting. Like, don't tell a kid to fuck off when you're having a bad day. Just get on the bus and sit at the back quietly and pretend you weren't listening or whatever, you know? Like, it's just unacceptable. And, like, for contrast, when Swindon played Wigan in the FA Cup, when they were still a Premier League team, and we beat Wigan in the FA Cup while they were a Premier League team, Roberto Martinez came out and he took pictures with and shook hands with and signed autographs with every single person that waited outside the players' entrance for like 4 hours after the game on a freezing January night, and he made every single one of his players do the same. Like, say what you like about him as a manager or whatever, that's class. That is class. Yeah, it's a dick move. Like, it's like it was going to be white. There were sort of 12 people standing in the rain, like, when it happened. But I was one of those 12 people, because I was stood chatting to one of our players. And it was just gross. I was stood like 5 feet away from it happening. Yeah, it is very nice. It was lovely of him. Like, you know, you're away from home. They're not your fans. You've just lost, and it's an embarrassing loss. Like, even as a Swindon fan, I'll say that losing to us as a Premier League team in the FA Cup would have been embarrassing for them. And the fact that he had the class to sign everything for everybody, to take pictures, whatever, make his players do the same, that was Roberto Martinez. Next time he's in the stands, I bump into, I'll talk to him about that, to be honest. Yeah, do it. Call him out. Just tell him you heard what he did. No, he was on it because I was sat in the stand that he ended up sitting in as well, and he was being a dick to stewards and people around him as well. Like, I don't know who pissed in his cornflakes that morning, but he was not in a good mindset. I think this probably did make it to Twitter, but like I said, there was only 12 people stood there. Like, it wasn't that public. But yeah, he was someone had pissed in his cereal that morning. I'll tell you that much, because he was not in a good mood all day. Like, I've always suspected that's why those two are sort of a managerial partnership. It's not because they've got like that kind of brotherly special relationship or whatever. It's just that you can't reliably put one of them in front of the camera because he'll be a dick. But he's probably the one that knows what he's doing. Like, he's the football brain, but the other one is the fella you want to put. Danny's the one you want to put in front of a microphone, you know? Because if you stick Nicky on Match of the Day and he tells whoever's presenting Match of the Day this week to fuck off, then you've got bigger issues as a club. Yeah, I always assumed that was the case. Like, I assumed that was the case, that Danny is the guy that can be trusted around people, and I assume Nicky is a tactical genius or something. Or he's the guy that's really good at spotting a quality player or something like that. Cool. Listen, Rodrigo, if you'd like to leave, mate, you are unhappy though, bud. You wanted to go, right? So, bye. Get out. Bye. Anyway, we've touched on some dark side of football today. That's lovely. My brain is just wondering, like, who I talk to at Swindon to be like, why is this lad still playing for us? Like, I mean, I say that, but I also know full well I could probably send a DM to Joe Acklam and get him to ask the question. Joe Acklam is the local press guy, like the local reporter that covers the club. Do I think the upcoming Starfleet Academy show has been any good or not? I mean, everything else has been good, so I don't think there's any danger it'll be bad. Like all of the recent Star Trek offerings have been pretty solid, so I think we're in good hands. Like, at worst, it won't be shit, you know? It's yeah, it's a thing. Sorry, I'm just having a look to see what's being said on our website. Trek is now gone from Netflix. It's only a matter of time. Sure is a good job. You can sail the seven seas for all of it quite readily. Just saying.
Are you following me?
I was actually just gonna ask you the same thing.
Okay. Look, you're hot. I may resist for a while, but we both know eventually I'll give in. So why don't we just skip that? Why you put a baby?
Thank you for the follow, Raging Brit. That's very nice of you. Is that Baywatch? Yes, it is. Yeah, sorry, the follow thing is Baywatch. My brain was like, what Baywatch? Yeah, the follow thing is a clip from Baywatch. There are clips for all sorts of random stuff for various events. There's clips from Bring It On and several other things. Found another player who, given her under 20 caps of dual national status from the US on a free on deadline day filter, sign turns out she has 4 to 5 star potential on our roster. Where I'm pretty sure that's 150 PA. Quality. But yeah, we do. I have said when I set up that when I was explaining that video clip, I did say that is the one good moment from that Baywatch film. It is the one quality joke in the entire film. The film is terrible, but that's a cracking gag. So I'll give him credit where it's due. Like, even a blind squirrel finds a nut and all that, right? Right, Jose Antonio is making a debut for us in this one. And we're going to sort out the bench. So I've got players who can cover everything. I need a left back, because Saeed is down, so I guess that'll be Bro. And then we'll put Liam the second up top, because none of our strikers know how to score goals. He is, in fact, the only striker that has scored a goal for us this season, as far as I can tell. We'll also take Velade off the bench for Mr. Churchill, because, oh yes, that's what we're going to do. Right. I'll be back in just a second. Bear with, because I've been sat here for several hours and my body needs to, stretch and whatnot. 2.5 hours in before I take a break and go find water. That's wild. I'll be back in 2 secs. always just a chair there, Kit. That's what happens when you pop in and out. You just seem to always catch me when I'm on breakings. Right, we've got a game against AS Tahitians, the young Tahitians, second team. We're in a good run of form. We just can't get a striker to score still, but promotion is more or less in the bag, I'd say, at this stage, given that we're more than halfway through the season and we're sat in second. So now the nearest team to us that could steal promotion from us is 10 points behind with 9 games to play. So I'd say promotion is done, but obviously you've got to get there. I think we'll carry on with FM tonight, maybe until we secure the promotion. If we can get there in a reasonable time, I think we'll secure promotion tonight. Why not? Because realistically, yeah, RI are 11 points behind us. Like I said, there's 8 games to play after this one. So that's what? Quick math, 24 points on the board. So realistically, we probably need another 9 to say promotion secure. Because Perai, Venus and Central Sport can't get promoted. Dragon can't. Papua New and Tamanov Nava are the next teams that can. And then Tahiti, Tiare Tahiti are the next one after that. So realistically, I think another 9 points-ish should secure the title or secure promotion. I mean, it could all go wrong, but it probably won't. I think if we can score 9 more points, their chances of overcoming that deficit are minimal at best. So that's good times. Even if we don't secure the championship, we should be able to secure promotion with 9 games down. That's what I would say, but it could all go wrong. We could have a dip in form. We've had no strikers capable of scoring all season. We've just conceded a goal to a guy called Alexandre the Furry. He's taken off his teddy bear costume and put away his whip and stuff for this one, but we get it. You're Alexander the Furry. No judgment. We don't kink shame around these parts, but I probably wouldn't have changed my name to it. Just saying. And this is where not having a reliable goal-scoring striker becomes an issue. I've also just noticed we haven't got the reliable goal-scoring winger on the pitch. Right, you've been terrible. I feel like I say that far too often. You've been terrible. But in the first half, what tends to happen is we tend to be terrible. And in the second half, we pretend we're a football team. A German new gen born in Silicon Valley in an upscale neighbourhood, this has some lore implications that almost certainly involve some parents in the tech industry. I think you need to get the Kit Dependent to investigate. That sounds like a story for the Kit Dependent. But Kit's not listening because Kit is watching another stream and ignoring us. That's what's happening. But someone get that story to the Kit Dependent. We the people demand an investigation into this very... are playing a game. Well, Kit, we demand an investigation into this very pressing story about the child of the German tech billionaires who has scandalously entered the beautiful game and had their Nepo baby playing football illegally against the will of the common man. No idea what I'm saying, I'll be honest. If that wasn't obvious, like, no idea what I'm actually saying. But it might be a good story for the Kit Dependent either way, so just chucking it out there. It's got law, what more do you need? Right, sing. Forward. Let's do it. Oh, come on, son. Get a goal. I said we needed 9 points to guarantee promotion. And immediately what I've done is I've triggered a losing streak to start. Like, we're battering them as well. Like, it's not even a close game. We are weaponized at this stage. But still no goal. Do I have anyone on the pitch who can play as a striker? I do not. Screw it. Let's do this. I am going to throw players at the goal, and you're going to score goals, 'cause that's what we do to score goals. Score goals. My Viking Journeyman has just been appointed at Hull after winning the Irish League and Cup with Treaty United. Pain incoming, I think. Hull's not that bad. It could be much worse. There are worse places than Hull. Admittedly, most of them are not in the UK, but there are worse places than Hull. I mean, even within the UK, you've got Grimsby. Hull are 20. Oh, you can pull it off. I believe in you, Simon. You can pull this off. If nothing else, this tactical masterclass has guaranteed a thrilling last 10 minutes. No goals, but I'm sure they were very excited with what they watched. There you go. I told it wasn't good enough. Now, let's go and win the next game, because we just need 9 points. 9 points. To be fair, 9 points might be enough to get us the title of this, right? It's not out of the realms, but promotion is the first step to recovery for us for the season. We get promoted, we win the next league, the top flight, then we win the OFC Champions League, and then we get on the old blower to Europe and we go, look, we've done our time, right? We've got to prove we can actually win trophies. Can I please have a job in the Belgian second tier? Is it possible that I could have a job in Belarus? That's what we're saying. Like, we'll definitely do one more season at Taravao, just because it does feel like there is a title and possibly a continental competition to be won here. What's really annoying is that assuming we did those three things back to back, I don't think we'd play in a World Club Championship for like 4 years. I don't really want to like faff around waiting for a World Club Championship that realistically we probably wouldn't win. Like with the best will in the world, even with the champions of a team in FM, of a country in FM, I probably, unless this takeover brings us billions of pounds, I probably cannot build a team that is going to win a World Club Championship in less time than it would take for FM27 to come out. Assuming it does come out. And like, it would be nice if we were playing proper Champions League football at some stage. There's a player joining us in a couple of days. I don't know who that is. I assume it's someone I've paid attention to long enough to sign, but I don't know who it is. I guess we're about to find out. I thought it was Manu. It wasn't Manu. I was like, we signed a player from PSG. When did that happen? Like, I know I've been asleep at the wheel at times, but I've not been that asleep at the wheel that I've not noticed us signing a PSG player. Dunn. Someone called Dunn. Was he an Australian? Is that an Australian I've signed? I did go for a lot of Australians yesterday. Is it possible that was an Australian? We'll find out. We'll find out. After this word from more sponsors. Or such like, or whatever those old sayings are. We'll be right back after a message from our sponsors. Ironically, I said that and it ran an ad break. It's like Twitch knows. I just got the little notification saying, we've just run an ad break on your channel. I was like, alright, cool, thanks. Sales, bro. Thank you very much, bro. How often do ad breaks happen? Like every 45-ish minutes. Something of that range. Wow, I'm on the top line of streamers for FM right now. Amazing. Look at me on the top line. It's like the internet finally decided it liked me. It's only taken 40 years. James Dunn, who are you, buds? You're a Gibraltarian right back. Well, I've got 4 of those. So, welcome, but good luck. Is my honest appraisal of that situation. Also, ironically, Junior Singh isn't going to be in our team if we go up next season, and he's probably our top scorer. He is our top scorer, but he won't be here next season because he's not actually good enough to be here now. We've had a youth intake. Oh no, we haven't. Have we? Are these youth players? Hang on a cotton-picking second. Let me put this guy down. No, your players I trialed. I just lost track of things. I was like, what? Where youth player come from? Why no mention youth player? Dunn has somehow got straight onto our bench. That is a great sign that he's good, but doesn't fill me with hope. Right, Shemaine is not going to play. Bro will go on the bench instead. Right, let's do this. Let's be AS Taravao 2, Electric Boogaloo, and then we're going to win the league. That's the plan. By which I mean the promotion thing, not the whole thing. That will take forever. Right, go. Underway. Let's do the thing. Marseille is starting up top today. That wasn't because I forgot to put Liam in there. It was reasons. Thought I'd see if Marseille could be a striker. To be honest, I am tempted just to figure out who the biggest player in the team is and stick them up top. Because it won't affect our goal scoring output from the number 9 position. Or at least it won't negatively do it. Hope it's not bugged and no B team can't get promoted. It was a bug for you a few months ago. Okay. It shouldn't get promoted. It looks like it's responding the way it should do. And even so, we're currently in second, so we should still get in the promotion playoff. But I suspect it's just going to let us go up. Assuming we actually put together enough points to get promoted. That was the beta. Okay. You've got sent off twice in this same stream, you clown. I'm not saying you've got some anger issues, Saeed. You only got 13 for aggression. How have you got sent off twice in like 3 games? He's literally just come back from the last suspension and got himself sent off again. So it's a good job none of our goals come from a strikers, because we'd be in trouble with the amount I've had to take off a striker to put on a left back. How? How are we a better team with 10 players on the pitch than we are with 11? How is that possible? How is that possible? That we are better with 10 players on the pitch than we were with 11. Unacceptable, but We'll go with it. Dealing with Ella needs to carry her tribal ID and passport all times due to ICE these days. While I look quite French, the thing is the regime would probably be trying to deport anyone who disagrees with Trump, has dark enough hair with a texture that Stephen Miller's bold ass doesn't think is white enough. Yeah. Also a tribal ID. That sounds ominous. Like, is French a tribe? I'm guessing it's something native, but like, you never can tell with America. According to America, I'm a terrorist, so I just sit here doing terroristy things like playing Football Manager on Twitch, making bad jokes. Honestly, every stream I do makes 9/11 look like a children's birthday party, according to Donald Trump. Just throwing it out there. I'm not saying you might be overreacting, but he might be overreacting. Right, Duper. I am not happy with your performance today, and Isaiah Saeed. I thought that was a hard no. Getting sent off so early is unacceptable. Stop doing it. You've done it twice now. Like, if you've got to be somewhere after the game, mate, let me know and I just won't pick you. At least last time this happened, the other team helped us out by getting a player of their own sent off. I'm mixed of indigenous and French descent. The government didn't even, I guess, recognise my maternal great-grandmother as a citizen until a 1924 Act of Congress. America, fuck yeah. Think is the only appropriate response for that. Your family were here for thousands of years before my family was here, but you're not a citizen. Fuck off. Into the fucking sea. I know there's people who are going to think that's a harsh response, but those people are wrong. Into the sea, if you're like that. Didn't exactly view the French parts as white until then either, due to Catholicism. Yeah. America, fuck yeah. Rushing to save the motherfucking day, yeah. America is a fucked up place. It is true. Kitin Maro, which is an excellent name, has just scored against us. And I'm beginning to suspect that we should have gone more defensive when I made those subs. But I was working on the knowledge that we are, generally speaking, better with 10 players than we are with 11. So, we're going very attacking to try and steal more points than we deserve. At this rate, it's going to take me a year to get the 9 points we need to win the title. And I did sort of arbitrarily pick 9, but it is about 9. Like, I didn't properly math it because That's what smart people would do. And in fact, the gap has dropped to 8 points now, which probably means we now need 10 points. Because the only other team that can get automatic promotion from us are catching us, and that means they've hit form. Which is a problem. And we're about to concede another goal here. Oh, we've got away with it. What is the time? It's just gone midnight. Good. Excellent. Lovely stuff. Beautiful. Bereit, please. Get better, please. Score the goal. Honora Marete Fau is going to take this corner. And I'd like us to clear it. We haven't, but we've not conceded from it. And that's the important thing. As well as the friends we made along the way. Which is probably not many, given that we just had a bunch of cards. Or had a red card. We were not good enough today. And I keep telling them they were not good enough today until they stopped being, and this is true, not good enough on any given day. We've moved into promotion contention. We've been in promotion contention all season. Like, we have unequivocally been in promotion contention all season, given that the teams that could usurp us are 8 points behind us. Nothing good happens in Stoke after midnight, mostly because it's a wet, rainy night. That is correct. I'm not going to appeal. I'm going to fine him for 2 weeks' wages. I'm sure he'll be upset by that, but also 2 red cards in like 3 weeks, so he can get over it. If he thinks it's unacceptable that I'm angry with that, then he shouldn't be a footballer. Right, how many games left? There are 7 games left in the season. We are 8 points clear. So, I think 9 points still stands as a good number, because that should be above half. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's knuckle down. Let's get this done. I was hoping we'd get to the point where we had enough points to stay up by now, but it doesn't look, or to go up by now, but it doesn't look like that is what we're going to achieve. Well, I mean, it obviously isn't what we're going to achieve because I said by now and it hasn't happened. So, you know, that's just logic, innit? We have got a game in hand over the team above us, though, and the next team below us in promotion contention. So we could extend that gap to 11 by winning whatever our game in hand is. We do very much need to start scoring goals, though. What happened to that Brazilian striker we looked at? Did he just not sign? Did I not bid for him? This is one of those days where I've been hitting the head a lot becomes really relevant. Alright, come on, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get to this game. Let's win this game. Oh, if we can beat Papua New, we'll definitely be in the playoffs. There you go, the thing to aim for. If we can beat Papua New, we're definitely in the playoffs by my maths. The New Jersey Teamsters. Spelt with a Z, because you know they're hip and cool. Let's do it. Let's win the league. Oh, the weather outside is frightful. And our goal scoring isn't delightful. As in the reason I mentioned the 1920s involves, there was a group of anti-Catholic and very racist bigots running rampant throughout most of the US until the late 1920s. I think you've probably had a typo there and meant to write late 2020s, Elodie. Because they've not gone away. In fact, one of them is president now. Alright. Our eye are getting far too close to me for my liking. But we have got to play them in this run-in. So if we can put them back in their place, I'll feel better. Where did that left back go, bro? There you are, bro. Let's get rid of all of our unavailable footballers, shall we? So I can see what I'm doing. Right, Mr. Right Back, you're going to be replaced by someone who doesn't play right back, like, or doesn't play just right back, like the centre half Pozo. And then Mr. Keller, you're going to be replaced on that bench by Ellis Watts. And then Marseille, you're going to be replaced up top by Liam. In fact, let's play the game of who is the biggest person on our team. Of course, it's the striker that can't bloody score. Oh, of course. Why didn't I see that coming? I should have seen that coming. Alright, bud, I guess you get to start up top today. Cool. They were selling each other their own gear and life insurance to each other and profiting to the point of 25% of Indiana's men were members of the bigot group. Strong. That's some excellent history. Makes you feel good about the world. Oh, I the right wing I must have left. Alright, bye. Right, go to match, please. Big wages, yeah. We are paying big cash for our players. Don't let anyone tell you we're not. To be fair, some of the players, like our best 4-5 players, are still on top flight wages from the relegation. They wanted to leave and no one wanted to buy them, so we kept them. This is a match we should be winning. Make sure we do. And I'm going to tell you all to be bloody good this time, because you've been shocking for a couple of games. Yeah, I'm not surprised it was a pyramid scheme, Ellie. I'm not at all shocked, to be honest, because most of America seems to be a pyramid scheme. Right, let's go. Let's get a win. We need a win so we can start to think about what we call our future championship winning children or whatever. Could you tell it's well past my bedtime because I've started just chatting bollocks? US also full of gullible saps. Yep. This is the greatest country in the world. Really? Because I'm going to need to see your statistics. I would like to see exactly what you are number one in the world at, please. And you can't pick baseball because it has to be something someone else does. True, number one at mass shootings. Survey says, ding, 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 ding. But Is that positive enough to be the best in the world? Probably not. Just saying, when I look at world happiness indexes and I look at Scandinavia at the top, and then I go way down to find the US, something is wrong there, because that's how I measure how good a country is. I measure it by how happy the people are. And also how alive the people are, to be fair. US isn't even number one at obesity. Some country in the Pacific Ocean is. That's fair. My favourite thing about America is that it's really obvious the whole system is rigged for corrupt people to make profits, by which I mean that like all of American food is basically sugar. But then if you get diabetes, you won't be able to afford to buy any insulin. Or if you can, you'll have to pay hospitals owned by billionaires a shitload of money to get pharmacies owned by billionaires a shitload of money to get access to the insulin that you need because you got fat because all of your food was basically sugar. Like, if only there was a way to solve this. I'm aware I've just made 5 subs in the first half. I was not paying attention. So if we get an injury now, we're fucked. But, in my defence, all of those players was playing badly. Fuck. Wonder if France has a higher lung cancer rate from smoking? No, because lung cancer is a myth. It's not. It's really not. I actually don't think the stereotype of French people smoking more than other countries was ever true, funnily enough. Work harder might be the understatement of the year. What was that? Get your acts together. To be fair, the players on the pitch still are actually working hard than the players I took off in the first half. I can't explain why I made 5 first half substitutions. I had one player get injured, so I had to take him off. And then for some reason I just kept on making subs. It was like an out-of-body experience. And I clicked confirm by the time I realised it had happened. So we really are relying on players who shouldn't be playing 70 plus minutes to play 70 plus minutes and dig us out from behind in a game that we shouldn't have been losing to begin with. How in the world does Nauru not have the worst life expectancy in the world, as they smoke the most and have the highest obesity rate? Probably because Nauru is a place where they eat a lot of fresh food. It's the kind of place where everything you eat was either on a tree, in the ground, or in the sea that morning. Oh, for fuck's sake, Teavani. What was that? What clown-ass goalkeeping bullshit was that? How have you allowed that to happen? Absolute clown. Right, could you please just be fucking better? Like, better than I've stuck out a bunch of 5-year-olds who've never seen a football before. Alright, we got a goal. Good. Andres Velare has scored a goal. That's great news. That means we can pretend to be a football club again. ASV2, this goalkeeper playing more like us 2. Ew. It's excellent work. Excellent work, Elodie. I'm proud of you for that. That's strong. As jokes go, 5-star CA. No notes. Don't train it, stick it straight into the first team. Straight into our first team. Come on guys, please be better. I'm gonna keep shouting at you and calling your mothers whores if you don't score. Better than cats. Anyway, score. Oh. Score, please. If some of you could score, please. I'm going to switch the guy at right back for the guy on right wing because I'd rather have the guy who can play football in defence. Let's do it. Let's score a goal. Play for set pieces. Passing directness, passing. Shoot from distance, heavily discouraged. Let's go to the over opposition option. And let's distribute quickly. And let's just try and get the ball to Liam II. I'm trolling a conservative journalist comment section about the dill burrito. Excellent. Excellent. Good work. Make sure you remind that said conservative journalist that the fella made fun of his dead son. I think it's a really important thing that people should know about Scott Adams is that he made fun of his dead son. I'm not saying he should burn in hell, but he is. Great, Junior Singh is out for the rest of the year. Way! What a season we're having. I have never worked this hard to win promotion with a team that was a dead cert for promotion. I genuinely don't think I've ever had a more difficult, nailed-on promotion than this in my life. Like, I actually feel like I've been to a job in trying to do this. Can I find some, like, 7th tier team to spank in between these two league games? In fact, can I find 7? Fair enough, Simon. Have a good night, buds. You've earned it. You've earned a good night. If they're going to think it's too far to travel, why were they an option? We'll see you soon, mate. Have a good one. Cheers, buds. I'm sure you'll have fun watching the VOD as I slowly descend into quiet insanity. Why can't I play anyone? Surely someone will play me. Screw it, we'll play Ryan Dai. I bet that's a North Korean team. I should know. But I bet that's a North Korean team. Everyone say goodbye to Simon, chat. Ryan Dai is from India. They are from India. That's offensive. Shit, I've done it again. Fuck. I'm going to end up in prison by the end of the stream. Fucking Keir Starmer and his internet police are going to come fucking looking for me, aren't they? Fucking Keir Starmer and his fucking internet police can't fucking say anything anymore. Freedom of speech and all that bollocks. Congratulations, you've just had a look into every Wetherspoons in the country. It's like being in fucking Nazi Germany. This where you can't even make a joke that's heavily offensive to all people anymore. My CK3 save has gone really bizarre. Now all my children in that game are princesses and princes because for some reason the HRE elected the husband who was a count for a single country into emperor. Okay. I have played CK3 but not well enough to understand what that means, so you may have to enlighten me. Just a touch. I thought I signed all those Brazilians. Like, I offered them all contracts and shit. Like, why aren't they playing for me? Actually, maybe they were all 17, aren't they? That's why I don't get them until next season. I don't get my beautiful Brazilian boys until next season. Don't clip that out of context, thank you. Holy Empire elects their leader. Okay, oh, yeah, fair. Alright. So how do they become princesses and princes? I'm so confused. Sometimes I do think, and I know I hide it well, but I do think I am not very smart. And when I say I hide it well, I'm very aware I don't hide it well in the slightest. But I thought Emperor's children were just kids. I thought you had to be like a king for your children to be whatever. Right, come on, get through the. I hate this. This league is really slow. I don't know if it's just because we've reached a stage where the save file is huge that it's really slow, but it feels like it takes forever to holiday between games now. And like, I'm not entertaining enough to go this long without a football match. Like, I should have played the friendlies just to give me a chance to be entertaining. We'd have been here all year. And it really was just about finding some teams that we could smash on the way. One character is a countess, the other is a HRE emperor. Their titles now, for some reason, despite being the mother's dynasty, follow the father's rank as his children. Precious Sands has one of said children as the heir for the empire. Good old-fashioned misogyny, maybe? I don't know. I'm not that smart. The only understanding I have about monarchy and such similar things is that it costs a lot of money and serves no purpose. Certainly the one I live under costs a lot of money and serves no purpose. It's just essentially a bunch of old rich paedophiles doing stuff. Okay, come on, let's get to the 10th. Also, these games are so far apart. Why are these games so far apart? How will it be a duke at most? One will be a count, and then these princesses will have the rank of princess for life, even though they end up married to dukes or counts in France, whether with the Occitan or French-speaking areas. Fair? Where is promotion? I want promotion. Give me promotion. I want promotion. Promotion is coming. I hope, I pray. Promotion is coming to us one day. Ivar the Boneless is now Irish and united all of Ireland, much of Scotland, and half of England. Well, I bet it was the northern half of England, not the southern half. Just saying, because the southern half sat there and went, "Fuck you foreigners, blah 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 blah. Put them all in prison, innit? Fuck you foreigners." It's basically a brief guide to how life in England works. Okay, we are playing AS Central Sport 2. It's a while before we play a real team again, I think. I say this, but we keep losing to these bloody B teams. Yeah, that sort of makes sense. You've got the northern half and probably most of Norfolk. And probably all of Suffolk, because it's one of the most inbred places in the world. There's a fun fact for you. I'm not saying you can tell if you go to Ipswich, but my lord. That's going to upset someone from Ipswich. Sorry, I've got at least one person from Colchester in the chat. I'm sure they can confirm. Fucking Ipswich. 100,000 people, 2 surnames. Right, table-wise, we've got 2 games in hand over RI, and we're 4 points ahead. So we've got 6 games left to play. They've got 2 games left to play. Sorry, 4 games. They've got 4 left to play. We've got 6 left to play, which means in theory, 2 wins is enough to get us to promotion. So let's do a promotion. Do I want to change anything about this team? I want to take Reddy Golo out of the team because I don't think we've been any good since he came in. Griffiths, I'm not convinced by, so I think we'll play Bro as our left back. I'm aware Saeed is fit, but do I trust him to not get sent off again? I sort of have to. If he gets sent off again, by the way, he's never playing for me again. Churchill can go on the left wing. How the people of Ipswich not have Habsburg jaw? Great question. One that will be asked by scientists for at least our generation. I'm going to stick Collis on at right wing because this Castillo fella doesn't strike me as being terribly good. Get those players in the right order so I can find them faster. Churchill appears to be not fully fit, so we'll stick Velarde in there. Liam II goes up top. I'm going to put Pettigat on the bench for Jose Antonio. In fact, because Churchill's not fully fit, I'll put Gaillard on the bench as well, because Gaillard has done things for us once or twice. Does concern me I have nearly as many goals on my bench as I do on my starting 11. Let's do that. Let's do that, I suppose. Yes. The teams are warming up. Bloody should be. Good work, guys. Very entertained. Very entertained. Muy entertained. Let's go. Let it go. Let it go. Walk right through the door. Let it go. Let it go. So I'm just having a look, seeing what's happening out there. So I've got a vague idea of who is around in case we do a raid out at some stage. We're not immediately there, obviously, because we haven't won the promotion yet. But when we do, then we'll have a sing, because we are Taravao. We are Taravao. We probably don't have a king. Could I have some gold, please? Just some goals to enjoy. I don't care who scores them, as long as we score them. Please score goals tonight. We'll have some goals. We'll have some goals. I take a goal right now, 'cause that way I feel less bored by watching us play football. Just some goals, please. Pass, get, please, miss. I know it goes against what I'm singing about, but that's okay, because we haven't done anything fun. That comes from my new album, Bored of Not Scoring Any Goals, coming to you live on Radio 2. Next up, the Fugees. 'Cause ready or not, here we come. You can't hide. We're gonna bottle an easy promotion. Come on. Oh, Saeed's going to get sent off again. He's already booked. He made a tackle then, and my heart went into my mouth. Alright, come on, bud. Just, can we get a goal so I can take Saeed off? Because I really don't want him getting sent off again. If he gets sent off a third time in this stream, we're really, really going to have questions. Like, many questions, to be honest. Many questions will happen. For Christ's sake, Verlade, that was a terrible pass. Ellis Watts has been the drizzling too. Oh, for Christ's sake. For fuck's sake. How has he got sent off 3 times in one stream? What an utter clown. What a moron. Can you imagine being such a moron? You get sent off 3 times in like 6 games. And the ones he hasn't got sent off in, he's been suspended for because he got sent off in the one that came before it. Oh, he's done. Like, I thought about not playing him because he's just got a habit of getting sent off, but 3 red cards in, like, essentially 3 or 4 appearances is ridiculous. Like, he just leaves us in the shit all the time. The thing is, at the start of the season, he was contributing quite a lot. Sorry, Liam the First got us out of trouble. It's fine, we've got a goal. But yeah, first half of the season, he was contributing quite a lot. And then the last, like, for this stream today, just contributed red cards. But yeah, no doubt he's going on the transfer list. Can I do it from this screen? Of course I can't. I should be able to sack him mid-match. I think I'm going to go back to very defensive though. Feels like a good idea because we are pushing our luck. Right, Collis is a striker. Cross it to Collis. Literally is a striker playing on the right wing. If anyone should be capable of getting a goal, it should be him. He's not playing up front, so he doesn't have to pretend to be a striker. But he is technically a striker, so he should know where the goal is. The thing is, even if we do get promoted, we've still got to find a way to score some bloody goals. In fact, we'll have more need to find someone to score some goals if we get promoted, because we're not going to be able to cruise by on our wingers chipping in a few goals here and there in the top flight. It's almost impossible that we're going to get away with that. We've got a corner. Let's get goal number 2, please. Please get goal number 2. Well, we've got away with this. We've stolen this. That was a good win for us. Saeed. I'm very disappointed. No, there should be like a stronger option. Like, you are a twat. Right, how many games is he banned for this time? One match. It's his third red card. He's getting banned for one match. And like, there'll be people watching the VOD who have not been paying attention, or maybe watching live, who think I'm joking when I say this. So let me just, for context, these are friendlies, these 4 here. In fact, can I just put the league? Yeah. Just in the league, sent off, suspended, sent off, suspended, sent off. Like, before that, he was a perfectly decent footballer for us. And he's just got sent off 3 times in... no, I don't think any of that covers what I want to say to this guy. I want to criticise his conduct, please. You're the vice captain. Jesus Christ. That was a mistake, wasn't it? Oh, hang on, he's not got a contract. Has he agreed to move? He's agreed to move at the end of the season. Alright, cool. We haven't got to suffer him much longer. He's agreed to move to Grays. He's going to be their problem now. Ironically, his replacement got man of the match. Isaiah Saeed feels fine was unfair. I feel like you can shut up. Saeed feels like he's being victimised because he's leaving the club. No, you're being victimised because you've had 3 bloody red cards in 3 appearances. You spanner. I couldn't possibly care less, to be honest. Couldn't possibly care less if he's leaving or not. Right, we're playing Papanu next. This should, God willing, be enough to secure us promotion. Yeah, 3 cards season alone. I only won 3, but Liam, it's 3 cards in 3 appearances. I've just checked. 3 red cards in 3 consecutive appearances. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of football. Like, that man's not just an idiot. He's violent. Like, he's dangerous. Well, that's a man that belongs in prison, not on a football pitch. Is that Ryan Anderson? No. Holiday to the next match, please, so I can play the next match. Well, the only way Saeed's getting picked to play again is if I have literally nobody else capable of playing at left back. I don't care if he is technically one of our best players. This season ends in May, but we are only a couple of points away from securing promotion at this point. Like, the nearest team that could take it from us are 8 points behind, and there are 4 league games to play. So realistically, if we beat Papua New, we're guaranteed the playoff. And then if we pick up another win in the next game, we are almost certainly mathematically up. I think we would be mathematically up. Because one of those is the game in hand. So that will put us theoretically 11 points clear. So in theory, we should be done by past. In theory. Maybe sooner if we can speed up the time between matches. Swindon Town signed Carnu. He's about 70. That's a terrible piece of business. So our massive breaks in this, we've had a few of 2 weeks off. Yeah, it always happens. It's because it's trying to fit a 22 game season into a year. But then, like, some weeks you'll play 3 times in a week, and then you'll have 2 weeks without a game. It's really odd. And then you've got a 5-week summer break, or a 5-month summer break. Like, just play 22 consecutive Saturdays or Sundays or whatever. And then extend that by having, like, a gap here and there for a cup round, you know? Like, realistically, even if you got all the way to the cup final, it's probably no more than like a 30 game season. So that's what, 22 weeks off, which is still, you know, a lot. Yeah, the players can't be tired, but the trouble is they're also never match fit. It's why when we're in that slump of form just now, I played all those friendlies. Even though we can't afford to play those friendlies financially, I need to get the players match fit to get them winning games again, so I can get their morale back, so they can go on a run of form. Which is a lot more work than I should be putting in. Right, so our next opponents, Papua New, are 10 points behind us in the league. And on the same number of games played, which tells me this is our game in hand. If we beat them, we'd be 13 points clear of them, so they wouldn't be able to catch us up with 4 games left to play, which would put us guaranteed in the playoff, because there's only one other team between us and them who can get promoted. And they are 8 points behind us as things stand, and we play them in 2 games' time. So logically, promotion should be done in the next half hour. Right, where was that fella Griffiths? Right, you're going in at left back, and then we're going to replace you with Bro. And then I was going to take Gaia off the bench and replace him with Birchall. I haven't played Pascali yet. That was a mistake. Because he looks like a right bloody footballer. Hyo's not been on great form. Let's replace him with Pascali, because Pascali looks like a bloody footballer. Got a cheeky Argentine just sat there chilling. Right, let's Let's give him a game. Let's see if he can be the guy. Right, go out there, make a difference. We can get in the playoffs today if you just don't fuck this up. So if you can avoid fucking this up, that'd be nice. Pascali on the ball already. There we go. We're underway. We're good. We're strong. We just need to keep 11 players on the pitch. That's our goal. Keep 11 players on the pitch, win this game, and we're laughing. Who else is playing right now? Ooh, Aorai are playing as well. They're the team between us and Papanu. If Tofana beat them, it's possible promotion is done today. I think. If not, we'll have to beat them. But we're looking okay so far. Pascal is into the box. Gets across, almost gets an assist. It was almost an own goal. Come on, Payet over the top. Good stuff. He had a go. He had a go at scoring. Had a cheeky pop at goal. Cheeky little pop at goal. Right, bro. Forward, bro. Velade. Through to Leon the second, who doesn't get there. Jourdain in goal. Well, I feel like we've seen a lot of this season. Jourdain in goal. Holloway through to Ellis Watts. Off the crossbar, son. Pascoli hits a defender with an open goal between him. Oh, words. Pascoli is our best player on the pitch, by the way, at this point. He's pretty special for this level. Like, if he can find a couple of goals out of midfield, we might be in business. Right, well, we got to half time. Varai, how are you doing, guys? Oh, sorry, Arai, you are drawing with Tofana. Okay, good. Right, that was. I keep telling it wasn't good enough until they start winning games. I don't care if it's harsh. Just start winning games. And also, if we could play at a slightly higher pace. Right, Taveani. Well, I think I'm going to sell in the summer now. I've got that South American goalkeeper, by the way. I think I'll sell him. Like, he's fine for the rest of this season, but I don't know if I need him next year. Feels like I've got too many goalkeepers. I think I'd rather sell the international and keep the youngster. Come on, Dupel. Dupel, go back. Super Dupel. What even was that, Tahiti? That was quality. That was a quality goal. That goal should secure us a place in the playoff for sure. We do need to make some subs. He's just done fought there. He did fought, played a 1-2 with Porter and smashed it through three men's bodies. That is as good as it gets. Right, Payet, come off for Redigolo, who is anxious. Good times. How is Dupere still on a 6.5? Behave. We'll let that change. Ellis Watts can come off for Calise. Or Collis. Let's get a second goal. See this one to beds. Tofana can steal a goal. We could be promoted. Now. do a pair into the box, headed across goal. We've got a penalty. Oh, boys and girls, we've got a penalty. Let's see if we can encourage Liam II to score, shall we? I almost want to give it to Pascali because he's had such a good debut, but I just need to see a striker score a goal. You watch your bloody miss now I said that. Score the goal. Fuck's sake. You couldn't make it up. You literally couldn't make it up. Open bastard goal. Genuinely couldn't have made that up. How? How have we failed? I'm going to take off I'm going to sub a sub. How have we failed to score a... Our strikers are so incompetent we can't score penalties. That's breathtaking. I should have gone with my instinct to put the goalkeeper on it. Or Pascali. And now we've bloody conceded. Like, if he just buried that, we'd be done. And now Aori are catching up with us because they've turned it around against Tafana. We just need one pissing goal. Like, we're bottling this. Almost impossibly bottling this. Oh, I thought that was a pen, and I thought Pascali was going to score. We've got a corner. Send the keeper up. Anyone score. Andres Velade with a last second winner. That's probably the last kick of the game. My word, Liam II owes this boy a beer or 10. Owes him a beer or 10. Because he's just saved Liam II from looking like a right twat. Like, yes, we are now up into second in the league, but Aori are now 4 points behind us, which we have got 2 games in hand over them still, so we should be alright, but 36 shots. 36 shots. That's how our season has gone. And the thing is, you'd think this title should be in the bag, but we're just... Well, this promotion should be in the bag, I should say. But we've made really hard work of this season. Like, there are no words for how hard we've made this season work. Another couple of weeks between bloody games again. Right, quick holiday. I'll have a wander for a sec, have a stretch. Okay. We're not even nearly there. Jesus. I hope some of these teams around us have played their games in hand or whatnot, so I've got a clearer idea of what I need to do in this next couple of games. I'm fairly sure I just need to beat Aori and we're promoted. But that game's probably 6 months after the next one, so we'll find out. We'll find out. Come on. Anyone know any good jokes? Thought I'd ask while we're waiting for this to speed the fuck up. Whilst we're waiting for it to speed up, I am curious to see what our reputation is at this point as well, because I think it's relative to the league you're in, so I think we might actually have a national reputation in Tahiti, despite the fact we were obscure before we got there. Why did the chicken cross the road, Liam? To get to, oh, it's a classic. It's a classic. That is a vintage joke. It's alright, it's more than most people have got. It's much more than most people have got. Come on, we're nearly there. Please get me there. I just want a goal. I know it says like offers are being made for players. I actually don't care because we can replace all these guys so easily. Like my summer shopping that I will do off stream once we get to that point is going to be quite literally me just looking at free transfers from from English teams. That will be what happens, because we should be able to get a few in as a top flight club, and at that point it's just kind of HMS Pistol League. So right, so a win today I think we've guaranteed playoffs. I wish it would show me this like with everything like logic. Papanu are 12 points behind us with 3 to play. So yeah, they can't get above us. So we're guaranteed playoffs. And then a win today if Aori lose. I assume Aori are playing. They're not. Aori's next game. Okay, so we have to win the next 2 games. When they add it back international, which it needs to be added to make it good, I don't think it needs anything added. I'll be honest, I always quite liked international football. I don't think there's much you can actually add to international football to improve it. I think people complain because international football is boring, but I hate to break it to everyone, but I think managing an international side would be the single most boring job in football. You know, you play 6 games a year and you spend the rest of the time watching people play football to decide who your best players are, and then you spend 10 days between around those 6 games training them. Like, and then every couple of years you get to go and faff around somewhere on holiday for 4 weeks. Like, if people think international football is supposed to be fun, they've clearly not watched international football. It's a manager under shitloads of pressure to succeed with very little time or resources with his players. He can't develop his players into proper footballers if they're not already proper footballers based on their club form. And if he doesn't win, he gets fucked for it. Like, what's the appeal? Like, I'm sorry, I think anyone that takes the England job should be knighted. Even the shit ones. Because that takes some balls to take a job where everyone is going to hate you. And there's nothing you can do about it. Piscali with a great challenge there. Velarde's through. Come on, find Piscali again. I quite like this Piscali fella. I think he's a good signing. I think he's a better signing than my scouts thought he'd be. Like, he might cheeky be the best signing we've made of this save so far. Almost got an assist. Takei Hakapoko. Okay. That's a lot of letters. If I can play your name at Scrabble and then mic drop retire from Scrabble, there's probably... You've been greedy with the letters. You've got too many letters in your name. Right. Porter to Thornton. Thornton over the top now, looking for Piscali, who's been a star since signing for Taravao. Bro, over the top, looking for Ellis Watts, who doesn't jump for a header because that's like working. Cross goes in from Payet, comes from the back post from Velarde, and ends up back in play. Payet, across goal, and my word, Takehaka Pakapolo has done a thing. But I'd still like to see, and I know I'm greedy, but I'd still like to see a striker score a goal from open play. I know it's happened a couple of times. I know Liam II has done it a couple of times, but that was like 3 months ago, possibly in real time, not just game time, and I'd like to see it happen again. I feel like the guy with 15 finishing should have been an absolute dead cert from the penalty spot anyway, but like, it literally plays to your strengths. You are good at finishing, and it's literally you with no one around you and one job, which is to finish. Okay, serious business time. Let's focus. Let's focus. We're going to win the title, or we're going to win promotion at least. Very attacking. That's the way. Very attacking. We're all over them. 1 goal. We drop it back down to positive. Thought Piscali was going to be a hero. Then Piscali, sorry, was going to be a hero. Then he didn't. He didn't hero. Let's not concede now. Let's not get silly. Dupere breaks it up. Payet over the top. Looks for Liam II. Finds Liam the first. It's through. Liam II has just scored a goal. My word. Take a picture, frame it. It's disallowed. Bloody hell. He's done that at least 3 times as well. I think he now has more disallowed goals than he has goals. Right, cross goes over. Let's... Ethan Ellis-Watts! Oh my word, what a boy. What a boy Ethan Ellis-Watts is. He's not been in the team every week, but he's come in clutch a couple of times. Feel like heading that was probably a bit showy. But we're a goal up. We start to relax. I think Bro is going to come off because he's tired. I think that's going to be the next move. There is some thinking needed. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Jesus Christ. Was that Bro who let us down as well? It was. Bro is not a fan of defending. Keeper didn't cover himself in glory, but Bro was tired anyway, so he would have come off regardless. Oh, come on, don't. How is Bro not off yet? I subbed him ages ago. Get him off my pitch. Okay, Velarde's through. Come on. Oh, come on. Takey Hakapoko. Get the ball off him. Make fun of him for his stupidly long name. Wouldn't want to get his shirt printed up by the letter, would you? I'm just saying. Right. Liam the second is coming off for Collis. Liam the first is coming off for Yo. And... I don't know if I want to make any other changes. So I could take Payet off for Pozo. And then we'll hold back the last one. Send in old Churchy if we can get a goal. Right, everyone's off the pitch. Okay, relax. Everyone's on the pitch. Don't you dare take this till those players are back in the box, you cheeky fucks. Bit of decorum. Right, line up. It didn't cross the line. Don't worry, we don't see VAR on that. That didn't cross the line. Let's go very attacking. Let's try and get our lead back. I'm really out of options now. I've really got no thoughts left on what I would do to get us back in this game. I thought the goalkeeper had that ball then because they're wearing the same colour kit as the outfielders. Deitch over the top for Otavi. Porter cover for Christ's sake. Not like this. Oh, not like that. Not like that. I can't see out my glasses now. Was that offside? I think it was offside. Andres Velarde again. If he keeps scoring late winners, I'm going to build a statue of him outside my actual house. It's offside. I can't actually build a statue outside my actual house. He's not a real human. I don't know what he looks like. And also, I have exactly 0 skills at making statues. So, I'm not a sculptor. I'll draw a nice picture of him and stick it on the fridge. Right, come on, we want goal. What subs have I got left? a right back, a centre half, and a left winger. For fuck's sake. I don't even know. I don't even know how I fix this. Okay. We are literally about to bottle this promotion. Might as well not. Yeah, might as well not play a striker. In fact, do you know what, Liam? That might be a good call. That might be a great call. That might genuinely be a good idea. How attacking can Pascali be? I know this looks stupid, but there's thinking happening, sort of. Collis presumably is better at inside, he is good, right. And then out of possession, essentially the same thing, but the defensive version of. We're going to leave Collis up as an inside outlet winger. We're going to make Velarde track. And that is going to win us this game. We're going strikerless to find a winner. Come on. I say a winner, it's an equaliser, which is embarrassing, quite frankly. Can I please shout some swear words at my players? That was shit. Oh, you seemed emoted. Oh, Diddums. Are you sad, Diddums? I'm sad that you lost. You plank. Joe, I'm going to test it. Just as a thing, I'm going to test it. We must have a tactical slot free. And if not, we'll free one up. Copy that. We'll do that. And then, where was that friggin' South African fella that I specifically signed to play in this role and now cannot find? Shemaine, motherfucker. It feels harsh dropping Ellis Watt's done it after he's done all that work for us. Right, well, since we're not playing with a striker anymore, we'll put Castillo on the bench. We've given up hope on strikers ever scoring a goal for us. Just decided it's never going to happen. I should find him a role, actually, shouldn't I, before I do that? I think I'm going to go with advanced playmaker, and then you can be a attacking midfielder. Right, let's do it. Let's see if that makes us actually a threat to literally anyone in front of goal. because I'm so disturbed by the fact we can't do a simple thing like score goals. Like, I'll go back to playing with a proper 3 up front next season, like, but I'll do it after I've signed a bloody striker. Because, like I said, I won't do it on stream, but I will do a complete rebuild of this side. A complete rebuild of this side. My half-past-1 estimate for us to be promoted, by the way, is off. We do, ironically, just need 1 more point, but even so. Oh no, Seychelles has announced his intention to leave us after crying all year because he's not played, because he's not been good enough. Polly has left us, that's sad. I almost put him in that attacking midfielder role. Not to worry. Not to worry. Yeah, it will be a complete rebuild for next season. It will be me trying to find as many just rapid players as I possibly can. I think that's going to be the play. We're just going to try and hit them route 1 with pace, I think. Like, if I could find a solid 11 players who had 14, 15 pace and just go direct against them, I think we'd probably get promoted quite easily, or win the title quite easily, I will say. Even if said players are absolute crap. Tranmere fan from Merseyside, welcome. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to our, hopefully, promotion party. I'm sure it's not a red flag at all that your account is 39 seconds old. So new, in fact, that when I said 39 seconds old, Liam rolled his eyes and went, for fuck's sake. The funny thing here is, Liam, that Charlie 50 names thinks I don't know that's him, despite the fact that we were talking about Tranmere on stream yesterday, which is where he's got the idea for the name from. Yeah, I know it did. I banned it, Charlie. I was the one that banned it. I'm sure they are. I'm sure Tranmere are the best. I was looking for your mum, Charlie. That's what I was doing. I don't know why you asked. Right, we are one game hopefully away from promotion. Hopefully from promotion. If we can beat our eye, which is the worst possible name to pronounce. It's got too many vowels. I can't do it. My brain can't do RI. I feel like I'm having a stroke every time I say it. I'm sorry for trolling you. Please accept my apology. I'm autistic and struggle. Please. I'm assuming that means autistic. And to be honest, no, because I'm autistic and I don't feel the need to randomly troll people for 3 months. Like, if this is how you fill your time, it's not because you're autistic. It's because you need a carer. Like, you shouldn't be allowed on the internet without supervision. I'm sorry if people think that sounds harsh. But, like, I really, really hate when people use autism as an excuse for shitty behaviour. Like, being autistic isn't a license to be a bad person. And, like, people are welcome to fight me on that, but it's fucking true. Like, I remember I see people like they've had a kid who's done something horrendous, like they fucking murdered someone, whatever, and you'll see the parents shout like, "Oh, it's not his fault. He's autistic." No, it is his fault. Either you failed to teach them right from wrong, or something else fucking broke. But it's certainly the fault of the person who commits the fucking crime. And I'm autistic is not a free fucking pass, I'm afraid. I'm sorry if I'm upsetting you, but it's life, mate. I'm sorry. If you're going to troll someone for fucking months and then get upset when you attempt to use their disability as an excuse for doing it, no sympathy, mate, I'm afraid. Just no sympathy. Have a nice life, don't come back. Problem solved, isn't it? Yeah, sounds good to me. Just don't come back. Glad we could solve that after 3 months of me literally telling you not to come back. Anyway, let's try and win this promotion. Finish this stream off with promotion would be lovely. I will do, thank you. Right. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have a good time and get a promotion. We're playing without any strikers at all because strikers don't fucking score. So that's that's what this has come down to. Strikers don't score, so we're not going to use any. I never play strike. I haven't played strikerless on a Football Manager game for 10 years, and I've been reduced to doing it because they just cannot bloody score. And I don't know if it's my tactics, if it's the game, if it's the players I've got, if it's some combination of the above. Like even now, we are slapping the piss out of them. We can't get a shot. We can't get a shot that's worth highlights. What even is that? just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And now Pascali's bloody hurt. Right. You are a lazy fuck and you've got to stop being a lazy fuck or I will sell you. Like, learn from the fella I just banished into the netherworld because he got sent off 3 times in 3 games. Had 50 shots and 29 target, I only won 2-0. What the fuck? Honestly, that's a joke. That's a joke. And yet, if I'd simmed these games, I'd have strikers who had 50 goals. And that's what really gets me, is that I can get better results by simming games or by instant resulting games than I can by playing them. But if I just sat here doing that for a whole season, the streams would be far less entertaining than the not at all entertaining they already are. Like, right, come on, it's in Liam Holloway territory. It said it on the commentary. That's how we know that should have gone in. And it hasn't. And once again, we failed to score. What was that? Why are you hoofing it at your goalkeeper? Who thought that was a good idea? Okay, I'm not touching this. I'm not risking changing penalty. Pascali's going to step up. He's injured. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. I think my soul just left my body. He made up for it by scoring, but how has he missed that pen? I thought I was going to say it was called offside then. Oh my lord. Right, let's do some changes, shall we? Let's protect Pascali like he's the crown jewels. Jose Antonio, to be fair, has done nothing. We'll put Collis on the right wing. We'll put Churchill on the left wing. Redigoro is going off because he's a shit, to be honest. And I think we'll take off Thornton for Pozo. Somehow Porter has done he's not even started tiring 70 minutes into the game. And it's not because he's got supreme stamina, it's just because he's done nothing. I cannot score pens. My strikers cannot score goals from open play. I have never had a team that I felt was so useless. Like, and the thing is, the number of goals we've had from midfield, Collis is technically the first striker who has scored. Oh no, it's offside. It's fine. Yeah, I haven't had a goal scored by a striker in so long that if it wasn't for the fact our midfield have somehow miraculously been prolific, we'd have failed to get promotion when we were 91-1 on to win the league this season. And we're not even close to winning the league. Like, winning the league is not going to happen. We are 7 points behind with 3 games to play. Possibly 2. Yeah, I've lost count of the number of offsides this season. Like, the fact that we haven't won the title just shows how, like, if I was to, and I hate doing this, but if I show an XG table in a second, how many points and goals more than we have do we think XG is going to say we should have? Go on, have a little get. We've got promotion. Promotion secured. Okay, we're good. We're good there. Can I please have a budget? Might be too much to ask. Go on, have a guess in chat. What do we think our XG points total and goals for should be this season? We currently have 59 points and 35 goals for. XG45 says, Kit, Liam, do you fancy a pop at our guess? I think our XG might be 45 just for this stream. Liam's saying 30. Kit's got says 60. Expected points 61. Apparently our expected goals is 45. Kit's bang on. Our expected points is 60.75. I think Kit wins a non-existent prize. The fact that we're still only second in the XG table shocks me. But it's much closer than it should be. You've done pretty well. That's pretty special stuff. I'm glad we've secured promotion. We can't win the title. It's done. So, my brain is saying, is anyone going to object horribly if I just finish the season off stream, do a transfer window and get to the next one? Is anyone actually desperate for us to move on, or should we see if I can actually find a goal scorer in Tahiti in the top flight? What are we thinking? Like, in terms of, like, we've now got a promotion and a trophy in the bag. We could, in theory, move on. But, I mean, if we look at our profile, our reputation is still obscure, somehow. We've not picked up any kind of Polynesian language, which feels like an unlikely thing. Jobs-wise, Magpies still haven't got back to us about applying for their job a year ago. I don't know how they're not falling apart. Realistically, moving on, the best job we would get would probably be somewhere like Penryncoch. Yeah, I think seeing how we do in the top division is probably a good idea, because, well, I don't feel like it's a bad I just feel like if I can find one guy who knows how to score goals, we'd be laughing. Like, especially when you consider, like, the vast majority of this has basically been our starting 11 all season, bar this fella. So if we take him out, replace him with Payet and Shaman's been essentially parachuted in to replace strikers that weren't scoring goals. Most of those players are like 2-star footballers with huge potential. So staying up shouldn't be an issue, and it just feels like it needs that one, like, big boy goal scorer. And, like, who's the top scorer in League 2 now? Hassim Elvey from AS Taravao, who is in fact out of contract. He is only rated as being a 1-star striker. Which makes me feel awful about how bad our strikers have done. He doesn't have any potential. I can't work out what it is about him that's getting so many goals. That's the real thing. I couldn't tell you why he's getting goals. With a gun to my head, couldn't tell you why he was getting goals. Is there anyone who's a particularly special goal scorer in this league, or is it just no one in this league can score goals? So second highest is Thomas Kanate, who just scored against us. I mean, is he a player who is available. No. So realistically, I need to find like a Danny Oyatunde. Is he still playing? Somebody's at Dagenham now. See, we all know if I could get Daniel Oyatunde, he's under contract for another year. If I could get Daniel Oyatunde to come to Tahiti, he'd piss this league in goals. He'd have 70 goals by Christmas. So I essentially need to find a new Daniel Oyatunde. Which is going to be a challenge. Let's just have a look, see what budget we get though, because that's going to be a thing. Promotion joy for AS Taravao. Yep, good, good. Budgets. We literally cannot achieve more than promotion, so I should have a budget. Any day now. There is literally nothing else I can do to improve our station. Like, surely you're not going to deny me a budget because I might finish in third in the table but still be promoted. Let's holiday it to the next match and just see if it gives us a budget thing pop up. Really would like to be off stream by 2, but I don't think it's going to happen. I have been saying that for the last hour as well. I've lost all sense of who is currently on streaming. Well, we've reached a stage where whoever I raid out to that speaks English, I am the highest viewed FM streamer currently happening, and I expect most of the other 8 people who have viewers, the viewer is Kit. So thank you for being here, guys. Okay, come on, budget me, please. Please budget me. I assume that dancing swan means yes, that you are in fact the only viewer in all of those streams. Do you know any of the people who are currently on Kit? Apart from me, obviously. Don't say me, because that's not helpful. Okay, fair enough. Did that say budget? I was looking at another screen. Actually, while we're on stream, let's try a little experiment. I'm going to go back to the other formation and put a striker, like the original formation, put a striker in up top, and I'm going to instant result it. And let's see if whichever striker I pick gets like 4 goals. Just out of curiosity. Because I do want to know if it's the match engine that's broken or the game. Which I know is a bit sick and twisted, but I do want to know if it's the match engine that's broken, not the game. Because like I hear a lot of people say like, oh, strikers can't score, and obviously I've seen that strikers can't score whilst I've been streaming all this kind of stuff. But then like when I do experiment videos for the channel where I essentially sim a season, I'll have a striker score 50 goals. And I've not watched a single game. So my suspicion is that it's the match engine that's broken, like the way strikers work in the match engine that's broken. Like the visual engine. Because I'm pretty sure the instant result button is just a random number generator. Or like a slightly more severe. Essentially, it adds up the current abilities of the two teams and picks a winner based on that. And then assigns value to whatever percentage of the difference equals a goal. Right, I still haven't seen anything that said budget, which is troubling. Because a lot of the players that were here when we got here were like on part-time contracts, like actual paid contracts. And that tells me that we did get a budget. Ooh. Hello, cheeky. Hello, cheeky. That's £119 in £1,000 in additional annual wage budget, and that takes us to 234, which quick maths tells me they've basically doubled my wage budget for next season. Which means if I don't fuck about and I keep the squad reasonably trim, I can put together something beastly for next year. So, let's just do a quick experiment with a striker. It's somehow picked Marseille. I don't know how. Let's put Liam the second up there. And let's instant result it. Let's just see. Against Excelsior, who, by the way, are 11th out of 12 in this league. If I instant result this, does a striker score? Let's just very quickly put the Pascali legend up into midfield. Does the striker score the goals? We should be smashing this team, by the way, on paper. It's a goal for Liam because we holidayed, or because we instant resulted the game. And if I really feel fruity and go to the next one, I bet he does it again. And then that wraps up the season for the completionist who needs to see a whole season. I'm not going to do the transfers on a stream. So if you see me streaming tomorrow and it doesn't say FM, don't be surprised, because this is a 5-month transfer window. It could be Thursday before I get the window out the way. Especially if I take it seriously and try and build a real team. So it's possible if I am streaming tomorrow, it will be either Zomboid, F1 Manager maybe, or I might do some City Skylines too. I've been tempted. But I feel like I need to give it a couple of days to a proper window on this one. I mean, the fun thing is, although I could, if I'm doing City Skylines, I could do it on the channel because my channel is in the algorithm for City Skylines. If I don't stream on YouTube, we can actually have some tunes for a thing like that. It's harder to have music for music while playing Zomboid because there's no real way that I'm aware of, and I'm sure Kit will correct me if I'm wrong, to have different volume levels set for game and audio through OBS where I don't have to hear the game and the audio at the same volume as you guys do. Feels like a thing Kit would know about if it exists, but yeah, it's one of those. I will almost certainly be streaming tomorrow night unless I see something that takes my fancy on the TV, but I don't think there's any games I care about on tomorrow. So yeah, I might just have a non-FM streamy type session. There is the danger that if I do a Skylines stream, I will be streaming for months. I have sat down before and said the words, I'm just gonna have an hour of City Skylines, and been sat there for 17 straight hours. It has happened before. Not whilst, well, no, I think it might have happened while streaming once. It certainly happened whilst not streaming. I've just lost an entire day of my life because I started playing Skylines. Oh, youth intake. Alert people, youth intake. Liam's got one still, I believe, and I think Kit has one. Whilst we're here, whilst we've got some of you here, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that. The winger, Tuvinin. Liam, he looks really fucking good for this level. That could be a future international. What are we renaming Patrick to? Is he going to be Liam Holloway the Third, or are we gonna branch out? Liam Aldo, of course. I forgot we discussed Liam Aldo. I'll make sure I give him a contract as well. Is Kit out there listening? Kit? Kit, report. Earth to Kit. Earth to Kit. Kit, good morning, Kit. We have a youth intake and I believe you have a youth player pending. Would you like to claim a player from this glorious intake? I can't do anything about the haircut, Liam. He's just going to be on spiky shit mohawk. So the top unclaimed elite prospect is Gerard Sully. He is a right back. He has a lot of pace. He's got a lot of pace. The next best is probably Nicolas Louis Aimé, who was guiding someone on KH358. I don't know what that is. This guy has some vision and some passing. He's a central midfielder with 15 determination, but 80 in aggression. So he could be a monster. Oh, yeah, sorry. My brain didn't Kingdom Hearts. I've not played a Kingdom Hearts in a while. We also have this guy, Hugo Vuillemin. He has absolutely no pace or determination. I would recommend heavily against taking Hugo Vuillemin, because I'm probably never going to put him in a team. We have Alexandre Granet, who is pretty quick for this level. No determination, but a touch of flair. And a bloody good crosser for Tahiti. But those crosses won't actually reach a footballer. It's a pay your money, takes your choice kind of situation. Let's make this easier to see. Highest potential players at the top. We have Camille LeBlanc too. A guy called Camille LeBlanc. He's literally a white camel. He's actually not bad. I don't think half a star current ability does this fella justice at this level. Like, he's a striker, but he still cannot score. Liam's redeemed another rename a player. Liam, are you going to claim the striker that can't score? Is that your plan? Have I spotted the genius? The right back, Sully. What are we calling Sully? I'm assuming Kit's still thinking and not just wandered off. Bloody cats. Kit, you already had a redeem, mate. You've now got two. You can have two players now. Liam, what? Give me a name for Gerard Sully. Yeah, you redeemed one like last intake when we were at Dumbarton, I think, and then you saw the players and were like, no, I'll wait. Liam Alves becomes the right back. Right, Kit, two choices, two players you can take. We have striker, who looks alright for this level but can't score. We have midfielder, who actually does look quite decent but has no pace. Or we have, honestly, the worst, potentially 4.5-star defender I've ever seen in my life. And then we have this fella, Alex Granet, who looks like a reasonably decent winger for this level. Can't make any promises on his ceiling. There is a small chance this goalkeeper could develop, in that he's got 16 handling, 16 determination. Like, if his reflexes were a touch better, and possibly his aerial and jumping reach were a touch better, I'd put him in the first team almost immediately. But yeah, I know it's not exactly like the speedboat of. I mean, it is the bullseye speedboat, but I live in Birmingham, Jim. But it's, it's we get what we get. We're in Tahiti's second tier, Goalkeeper and striker. Okay, what are we calling them? Kick. Tell me the renames of the regens, the new gens. And then what I'll do, I'm going to go to the last game of the season. I'm going to put everyone's new gens into the team. Actually, I can't put everyone's new gens into the team because Simon's got a goalkeeper. But otherwise... But the goalkeeper Simon has renamed is on loan to us. Tahiti and Tahiti. That's why we love the high level creative shit kit. That's Tahiti goes up top and Tahiti goes in goal. I thought you'd just been really clever by splitting up Tahiti. So did I just give you like way too much credit? All right, let's do it. Let's go to the last game of the season. I genuinely thought that was what you were going for. Was like, I'll call one Kit Tar and the other Kit Heaty. I'd have said that was what you meant all along. I'd have taken credit for that. You've been far more honest than you needed to be. I'd have taken full credit for that. Yeah, well, we'll give our everyone's new gens a run out. I'm gonna have to change system because I've now got to get 2 strikers into the team, but that's okay because neither of them will score. We know that before we even start the game that neither of them will score. I'm sure there's been an update of some kind that's caused that to happen on the beta track. I'm sure there must have been. Because I'm sure before at least one of the last updates, strikers were scoring. You adopted the names Matahi and Haraiti. Ah, fair. Yeah, I'm sure that's not just me. I'm sure strikers were scoring for fun. In fact, I know they were, because with Supermarine, we had Johnny Efeje getting 20-odd goals a season. And I've just tiny spoilers, I've just got to the end of a season with them where Johnny Stuttle has had 20-something. And like we've seen him score in episodes, it's not goals I've holidayed through. Like we've seen him score hat-tricks in videos. So I don't know, maybe it is just my tactic, maybe it's just Tahiti. Maybe it's just players in Tahiti are such shit they can't score goals. Be interesting to find out like what the top scoring numbers for Tahiti in real life actually are. Like maybe it genuinely is the case that every striker on the island of Tahiti doesn't know what a goal is. Right, I don't feel like we're going to go back to this tactic. I think I probably have not going to be using that again. We'll go with that because that's pretty close to what I need for the purposes of playing our youth Watsy Doodles. And then let's squeeze in where we can squeeze in players. So Liam's going to have to play as a holding mid, Liam the first that is. Liam Aldo gets to go on the left. Liam Pozzo isn't a Liam. He's been here the whole time. That's a non-regen Liam. We've got a Jesse Thornton there. That's not even a Simon's regen. It's just confused me. There we go. We've got Simon there to play on the right wing. Did the Kits not sign a the Kits not signed a contract? Oh, I forgot to give them bastard contracts, didn't I? Just sign it before the game. I'm such a pro that I've forgotten to give them contracts. Fuck's sake. To be fair, nobody in chat said give them contracts. Nobody in chat said it either. I'm just saying. I can't be responsible for my own actions. I'm an idiot. I say this all the time. For some reason, no one believes me. I'm an idiot. Fair enough. Right, let's pick without restriction. Unpicked positions. That's fine. That's our team. There's 2 Simons. There's 3 Liams. At least one Liam is out of position. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst thing? I've been training Simon to play on the left wing this entire time. He makes his debut on the right. Outstanding. And victory against Tahiti, who are 9th in the table. Perhaps. And Liam the 2nd. 2 bloody strikers have scored in that game. And because of that, we finished a point behind champions. You couldn't make that up if you tried. I should have just instant resulted like 5 games this season. We'd have been done 3 hours ago. Alright. So, we've got goals. We've got wins, we've got promotion, we're good, we've got a budget. FM stream will be back in a couple of days. There'll be a stream tomorrow night. It'll be, unless anyone has any special requests, one of Zomboids, of City Skylines, or of F1 Manager 24. If anyone wants me to play anything else, let me know. I can obtain it before then. I currently have installed Insoy. I've got Night Liam. Russian Fishing SimCity 4 is installed currently. Tropico 5. This War of Mine, and I've got a whole. If there's a game I've not named that you'd like me to play, tell me. I'll get hold of it. I've got at least one FIFA I can play. Planet Zoo, City Skylines, says Liam. Fair. It's got 112 operator as well, which is a fun time occasionally. Yeah, we can do cities. It'll probably be cities 2 rather than 1. I've got both, but it'll probably be cities 2. Just because I have access to it. I think that's the plan. Anyway, let's do a quick raid out. Let's go say hi to someone who is out there. Oh, hang on. Oh, I was just thinking, there's no one out there I know. That Benny's playing, he's playing Hearts of Iron. But I was thinking we go to Mia Makes Music, and then I looked down and I saw, and this is true. You can, and in fact, should tell him I said this. I saw the sexiest man in New Zealand. You can tell him I said that. That's just scientific fact. So for YouTube, we'll say goodbye now because we have to. It's the law. Thank you. To be fair, Kit,